It's now 4 minutes after 9, and we do have a quorum, and I will call this special Commissioners Court to order. First thing I would like to do is have our prayer, and I will do that. So if you would join me in prayer, please. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for this opportunity to come before you and to do the county's business. Lord, we ask that you guide each and every one of us, guide our thoughts, our actions, that it may be pleasing to you. And Lord, go with us now as we attempt to serve the people of this county, and remembering that the people of this county are why we are here, and that's who we need to please. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Well,
It wasn't on there.
you'll have to ask Chelsea about that. It didn't call for it. So.
We don't, on special courts,
on
we
special
usually don't,
courts.
but if y'all would love to, we can.
It's okay.
That's all right. Item number 2 is deliberate and consider possible approval of the order of special election for the Cooke County Constitutional Amendment election to be held on November 4th, 2025.
So if y'all see that in your packet. The only one thing I do need to talk about, it says in our calendar that we need to talk about locations. If y'all are wanting to consolidate any locations, because next court I will have the notice of the special election on there. And so before I just present that to court, just get all y'all's, it says Commissioners Court has to decide. My opinion, we should just leave it the same. We've done that the last couple of Constitution Amendment elections. That way the voters kind of know exactly where to go. They're not confused if we start consolidating them. And we've got it down to 15 locations where we used to have, I think, 18. So we've already kind of consolidated anyway. So are y'all okay with just leaving it the same?
Oh, I was going to ask you one question here. Is there any benefit to combining any
It saves
of them?
money. Saves your judges
Just
and
saves
location.
money? Okay.
You know, which isn't a lot of money. You're talking, what, 12-hour day, $12 an hour for 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can do that math in their head really fast? I can't.
44 times 12, or times 4.
Yeah, whatever that is. So you're saving that if we consolidated probably maybe 8 years ago, we did that, and a lot of the voters showed up at the wrong, place to vote. Of course, I have to put signs at all them locations saying that this location's been moved. So,
Well, that's the other thing too. I assume that if we combined the next election, then we would go back to,
well, we wouldn't because it's a primary.
right,
We
so
wouldn't.
we wouldn't have the same combinations in subsequent elections then.
We won't
after that.
anyway because in 27 everything's changing.
Yeah, so it would be a confusion factor. if
Oh, yeah,
nothing else.
I think it's
Okay.
it's definitely better for the voters
Mhm.
to cut down on that confusion for sure.
Okay. Well, that's what elections are about and who they're for, so,
And that's how I feel, but I know it does save money. That's a $50 fine.
50 bucks.
huh. Let's see, what is that? That used to cost us what?
$50. Pay up.
Something like that?
That's back when lunch was cheap, Judge, now it's 75.
Oh, it's 75.
Yeah.
Well, good thing I didn't know the rules, so,
Inflation.
will give me a buy this time. Yeah. So I think we ought to just bow to Pam and not combine any of the
Thank you, yeah.
the locations unless somebody else has a reason to do so. Anybody have anything to? And
Do we
what?
need to vote on
And you never know about the turnout. It's just hard on an amendment election. I mean, I don't know if y'all have seen them. There's 17 of them, and a lot of them are about taxes. So if it's a huge turnout, you really don't want to combine them because then you got some.
I don't believe there's anything to vote on here. Is there? Just
Yeah.
Is
We need
there?
to, we need to approve the order of election.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Make a motion then that we approve the order of the special election for Cooke County Constitutional Amendment election. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Adam Arndt. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And there are none. Item number,
I was gonna give him my computer. It's asking for
Oh.
my pen again. I don't know. Can you take that over there with you? Thank you.
item number 3 is deliberate and consider possible action regarding the appointment of Keith King as Cooke County Fire Marshal for the term beginning August 6, 2025 and ending August 6, 2027. Silence is deafening.
We need anything other than a motion?
I don't think so. We'll just swear him in as soon as we get him voted in.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, and a second, Commissioner Snuggs, to appoint Keith King as the fire marshal for Cooke County. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. And with that, we have, here's the order. And if you would join me right down in front here.
I'll give you plenty of room there, Judge, get by.
Okay. Congratulations.
Take a picture of
All right.
that, Chelsea.
Oath of office. You would raise your right hand. I, Keith King,
I, Keith King,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or
or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
the duties of the office of
Fire Marshal
Fire Marshal
of the State of Texas
of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
So that's kind of leaning over here.
I know, I think you would, Adam's like.
All right, done deal.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Ms. Chelsea, what?
I'll take
You
it.
want that?
Yep, thank you.
All right, then.
Perfect. Track me email, whatever you like.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all have a good one.
We can squeeze in.
Ray, I was sure tempted to text you the other morning at 3 a.m. when that storm was rolling in. I was like, oh, I already miss Ray. I know. It was like it was
See y'all later.
Call Keith.
There was one clap of thunder, lightning. Oh my gosh.
I was watching. It was nasty. It didn't give
And it
us,
went on and on and on. It didn't just quit. It just,
it didn't give us anything nasty, but the radar looked terrible.
I know. Okay. Here we go.
I haven't slept since that tornado.
Back sleeping.
A little thunder gets your attention.
Yeah, it's changed the way I look at storms.
You have PTSD over that now.
Yeah.
I don't know why it keeps asking me that.
What's that?
Do you not got to set up on facial ID?
I do. It just all of a sudden.
You're changing your appearance too often. You got to put your shades on and recognize you. Oh crap, I'm glad y'all did that.
Okay, yeah, I just don't know my pen.
Mine sees my face and says, oh my gosh.
That's how we feel too. I could see your face when you were walking up in the courthouse steps, so my horn just automatically just honked at you.
All right, item number 4, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the Cooke County FY26 budget. So, I guess without any further ado, without any objections, we'll go right into the budget discussion for today. And to start off with, is there anybody that has anything specifically that they want to, and we'll concentrate on that first, and then we can go through office by office if you want to. We can do whatever you want to confirm it.
Yeah. One thing while it's fresh in my mind, I wanted to ask Adam's opinion on this too. Thinking about what we've already decided against it for this year, but the rescue truck, the cost of that thing. I talked to Wes about looking at everything they're carrying on that and maybe seeing if we can scale back or do something different, maybe go to a Suburban.
I just don't know his weight.
I know they told me to look at it, but
Yeah.
back in the day, I understood when they carried the hydraulic,
Joe's low.
the big jaws and the cables and all that, but it seemed like maybe some stuff we can scale back and maybe go to a Suburban. It could be a 3/4 ton Suburban. We just have to order them.
And they amped up on cribbing. We got a lot better cribbing system now that weighs more.
Okay.
We used to just use like blocks of wood and this kind of stuff. Now they have like aluminum struts.
But $300,000 for a truck that chases, I don't know.
It just carries.
It seems like a lot. And then the fire trucks are chasing us too most of the time. So I thought it was something to look at. And Wes kind of agreed, but he said the same thing. Don't worry about the weight.
Yeah. Because see, when we had the
Space.
3500, it was when we went to the 4500, it helped a bunch with brakes and it's a lot of weight.
Are they not carrying jaws on it now?
They
Yeah.
do, but they're all electrical or
Yeah, they're
hydraulic.
So you
batteries.
got all the hydraulics and all the hoses.
So they're a little lighter, which is good because now you can just grab hold of it, run down in the creek with one person holding it. Where before it was you had the jaws, the hose, the pump.
Generator.
3 men and a boy.
It was, yeah. And sometimes, people think, well, it's just right on the side of the road. Well, just like the plane wreck the other day, it was a muddy field and they were half a mile out there. If we'd have had to have that at that time,
Forced landing.
forced landing.
That wasn't a wreck.
Okay, forced landing on a plane, sorry.
Sorry, I get picky about that.
Yeah, so.
And it was a good forced landing because
And
they
that's
walked
the
away.
deals that's the deals that they get into. And the fire departments a lot of them do carry that now. I mean,
And I know they can't depend on that everywhere, but I'm just thinking that for $300,000 is a lot of money if we can simplify it and go to a $120,000 Suburban.
Right.
Chelsea, is this in your face bothering you? You just got a glow right around your nose and mouth.
It's the.
We can't move it.
It's just me.
That's true, there's a glow.
Speaking of glows, I'll give you in about 10 minutes, I'm going glasses on because I'm not getting a migraine today.
But it's not bothering you. That's not hitting you right
It
around.
does probably lean forward, that's why.
Okay.
Okay, we can move on. That was just on my mind.
Well, before we do though, there was some discussion the other day whether that could be put off a year or not.
We did put it off.
We did.
We
Okay,
did. But it
okay.
was just on my mind to look to see if we can go to a cheaper vehicle because that's
Okay,
a
so
lot
we-
of money.
So okay, I'm sorry. I'm
But to that too, Jason, what has happened in the EMS and fire service is, especially the fire service, where we had an engine we bought in Lindsay in 2014, or 2016. So it's 10 years old, 9 years old. We give around $450,000 for that equipment, and it's $1 million.
100%. And I know everything's going up, but that's what I'm saying. But if we can do it in a Suburban,
hurts us. I mean,
And not have to have the fancy bed is
Right.
the deal, you know.
We have a Suburban or excursion at Lindsay, and I mean, it's way overloaded. I mean, but we carry our bottles, the bottles that we had from, we used to have them in an ambulance. Well, you'd get out there with a command truck, it's like, oh, and now we need the Cascade. Well, you're trying to get everything in one truck with one person instead of several trucks. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I understand. I was just thinking, like, that was even one of the things that a YouTube video person brought up to me. They saw the video and like, can that not be simplified into a vehicle that doesn't cost that much? You know, it was just a thought. But we can move on to some of the.
Well, before,
Go
once
ahead.
again, before we do, I obviously missed something there. So we did put off the 300,000 for another year. So in review, then, in another year, we're gonna go with the full up then.
We'll
or
talk about it.
whatever we
We'll talk
choose
about
to do
next year.
Okay, so, but that's out of this year's budget. Okay.
So, but we didn't save that money, that was just money we
Right,
didn't spend.
right.
Yeah.
That's just money that's not budgeted, not spent. Okay. All right then. What else? Anybody have anything?
At 10 o'clock, I think the sheriff's gonna show up with Holly,
He is.
and if we could move them in at 10 regardless of what we got happening, because Holly's obviously
Yeah.
got a practice she's running.
Yeah.
And so we don't have them just sitting here waiting.
Absolutely.
He asked me about that yesterday, and I said we would. So as soon as they get here.
Yes,
they can-
he called you and you're good, okay.
Yeah,
tell him
come
I
and
did-
go.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. So if we're into somebody, we'll have to interrupt, yeah, okay.
Look at individual budgets, okay? One budget that bothers me is offices that, for instance, the DA's office has requested an additional, 40,000 or 35, 36,000 in trial expense when there's been very little trial expense, period. I don't know what they're claiming is trial expense if there is no trial expense. I'm just not sure what's,
Well, there's going to be trials.
well, sure there will be, but if they haven't had any to speak of in months, and all of a sudden they want an additional $36,000 or so in trial expense.
Well, they didn't go up from last year.
Say again?
They're the same as they were last year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not, that's an ordinary ask.
It's 30. That's what I show.
Yeah, let me see. Am I reading wrong here?
Their subscriptions went up. It's because of that new software deal that implemented, I think.
Yeah, I saw that. Item number 495. No, that's not it. Okay, total district attorney, what went up? That's what it was. I misread it. Part of that is subscriptions. If you look at the total district attorney, it's gone from 765 to 811, basically. Where is that?
476.
476, 998. Yeah, I misspoke about the trial expense, that is the same, but the total district attorney is what had caught my eye earlier.
That's those subscriptions we approved.
Yeah, that
remember
went
what
up about 14,000 or so.
Yeah,
Yeah, overall, he's gone up about 46,000.
and I think some of that comes off of his, he uses some of his other fund,
We can't talk about that, remember?
but it pays for that, but he's gotta have it in his budget.
No, it's salary.
We can't say anything about that.
3%.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Well, nothing went up.
I'm lost without my,
Do what?
I said I'm lost without my computer. I don't have the number.
Where's your computer?
I'm still working on it.
Oh, over there. Yeah. Just take a look at that and see if there's anything in there that you think is, that one in particular, but there's other ones to look at too. I just want to make sure that we're not overpaying, especially this year. And if not, are we ready to
Move on?
move on?
Yep.
All right, move us on. What do you got?
We got Rick here in front of us. You wanna pick on him?
Did you answer your questions that you had?
I think Rick is pretty beat down anyway, all the different requests. Anything you'd like to say, Rick, as far as, there's always somebody making demands of you and one thing and another. You got any?
Well, not necessarily, just explain something.
What's your department number?
510.
510, makes it a whole lot easier when we look, there it is.
Yep.
So one of the things that I did was, every year for several years, we've been putting 200,000 in that line item 450, which is my building maintenance.
Right.
That's where most of the repairs and services like air conditioning repairs and plumbers and whatever else comes out of that line item. And in an effort to ease the budget a little bit, I put 180,000 in it this year. Because looking back, about 160 is about the most we've spent. So I did that. Well, this year, we've had more HVAC expense than normal, so I had to transfer money out of 350 to get me through the end of the year, and I think we're gonna make it all right. But so I'm running a little bit scared on that 180 for next year, but just know that's the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about.
But it looks like, Rick, you transitioned that to repairs. You just moved it from one line item to another, right?
Correct.
So you may have to relocate it, but the money's budgeted.
Yes.
You had some conversation the other day about the generators and setting them on a preventative maintenance program.
Yes.
How's that working?
I got a quote from him, and I left it in my office for the two, and I'll have to double check this, but I think it was $475 for the one at Sybil's Bend and $425 for the one at Walnut Bend.
What about the ones out here? We got 4 of them.
Yeah, they're already under contract. We're
Okay.
already doing those.
Okay, that's good. So,
That's to add those two to
and so, and the reason I asked the question, because it's budget time, you're looking at what, $1,000 for preventative maintenance on those
Those
two?
two, yes,
And
correct.
you've got it plugged in here.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
What about while we're there spraying those? Another one around times too is getting back there by the maintenance, by the actual building.
Right.
When they don't, we need to keep that weed sprayed. And then like where the tower wires come down,
Right.
been noticing there's some trees. We don't want a bunch of trees growing in there.
Okay, I'll double check that. I didn't realize that was.
Yeah,
Maybe cut it back if they're saplings, remedial.
yeah.
Put some
Yeah,
remedial.
right.
We have been spraying the ones at Walnut Bend and, Sybil's. That's in my guy, we're inside the fenced areas.
Right.
If you don't, you'll have grass coming up through those, so we've been taking care of that. And I don't have a problem, I'll handle that.
Right. Now, the other issue with the one, you know, the alarm was going off at the one at Sills Bend. A rat got inside of it and chewed 2 spark plug wires in 2 and some other wiring. He is trying to find wiring harnesses for that generator right now.
See, I wonder how a rat got in those.
Well,
I'm saying so.
there's hole ports, I guess they are, around the frame where you would put a conduit into it to bring, they're just pre-made in the frame, and they have plugs in them. And one of the plugs was laying off on the ground.
So we know what the cause is, we can rectify
Yeah,
that.
we plugged it back up and everything, but the damage is done. It won't, it'll start, it's 4-cylinder, it'll start on those 2 cylinders. But when it starts to amp up, it'll die.
Yeah.
So it's not operational now. He says he's having a hard time finding the wiring harness for that. But he's looking,
But those are name brand generators, are they not?
yeah, they're
Generac.
Generacs.
Generacs.
And they handle Generac, so I don't know, I'll get a hold of him again. But last time I talked to him, he said he's having a hard time finding what they needed to fix it.
We need to nudge them, because if it's starting up running on 2 cylinders, that can't be good. Next thing you know, it'll be dead.
Well, it's turned off,
It's okay,
because it ain't gonna run anyway. It won't.
but,
I talked to Ray about that. He said there's enough redundancy that you're not totally losing service out there if power goes off.
well, it's,
But-
I don't want people to begin to minimize it, rationalize it, minimize it, and then all of a sudden, we don't have service out there.
No, I understand, yeah.
Even though statistics show that tower's not getting hit a whole lot. The Walnut Bend tower is so powerful.
Taking care of it.
It gets a whole lot of hits. So, but anyway, we,
No,
if you have some issues, you know, we'll go back and reach back out to Wesley, or the electrician you sent out there was pretty good. Well, maybe the same group, though, I guess, but he helped us when we was finding the AC. It was
Heat and air
actually-
guy.
Yeah, heat and air guy. So he's pretty resourceful.
Oh, great, thank you so much.
No,
We'll
I
fix
just
the
want to be
rest later.
sure, I really thought it might be more money than that, but we've got it plugged in, and you've got you're working on the contract, and that's handled, sounds like.
I'm sorry.
I said, it sounds like you're working on the contract for the rented maintenance on those, and we've got the money, so we're good to go.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just trying to be
Yeah,
sure.
that's not, no, as far as my budget line items, that's the only comments that I had about the 200,000 was line item 450 versus line item 350, so. But I have asked for $20,000 less money in that budget than I did last year.
Yes, for what? I'm sorry. Yes, for what?
$20,000 less money
Okay.
I'm asking for this year than I did last year.
Oh,
And it's
how about the,
line item 450.
the $242,000 in HVAC money? Is that in this budget?
It's not in my budget.
That's in permanent improvement.
Right.
Okay. Hot funds, county clerk, not departmental.
So what that is, so I look at the units that we have, the ones that are the oldest, and I budget money to replace them if needed. Because the issue that I have is if an AC unit goes down and there's not money budgeted to replace it, I have to wait until we have a commissioner's court to get it approved. And so that office or that building will sit there with no AC until y'all have a commissioner's court. But if I budget money ahead of time for it, if I need it, I can just do it. Money's already there.
So, and I know that you do that every year, and then sometimes you go ahead and replace them if it gives you problems, but are those asked any more than last year? Or did you have about that many budgeted for?
About the same amount.
That's what I thought when I was looking through it.
Every year, we try to look at the ones that are the oldest and in the worst conditions, and we have some that are 12 years old. That's about the max on them, especially the ones at jail. They run 24 hours a day. So 12 years, that's a lot of running time on those units.
It's actually pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they run
Uh,
They're getting so expensive. It's crazy.
I'm not looking at his budget now, I'm looking at the, maybe the other request. When does the 180,000?
Yes.
Are we there? We gotta do it?
We got to do it. It may not be a complete 180,000. These are mainly the ones that need it right now are up around the clock tower, up on the roof, those windows. They're in bad shape. They've been needing it for a while, but we've kind of, nobody sees them and they don't really bother anything, but they're getting to the point that they're in bad shape. We are on their schedule for this fall. There's only like a couple of companies in Texas that do this restoration type stuff. And they stay busy all the time.
You got $210,000 that I'm not sure she's put in the budget yet. It's on the wish list.
Yeah.
And so we need to ask her if that's there or if that's a $210,000 increase over that. You didn't have money in there for windows last year?
I did have it for last year,
What?
but they didn't get to me.
Okay, so you got money from last year you didn't spend. How much was in there last year?
180.
Okay,
That's what I put in there last year.
okay, so.
They couldn't get to
I didn't
it.
catch it. I didn't catch that was a carryover too, so that makes me feel better on that.
Well, yeah.
It's still 180,000, but it was already there last year, so.
That's the reason I'm asking the question. The other stuff, the garage door opener, wait, no, not, okay. The ADA door on the south side,
Yes,
replacing the closer, that needs to be done, I would
it
guess.
needs to be done. The way they did that, they put two separate closers, one on each door. And one of them, the circuit board went out in it. Well, they're obsolete. So it's gonna cost nearly $5,000 to fix it. And you still got an obsolete operator. Or we can put a whole new system in that works both doors. Or I put 7,000 there, but it's a little less than that.
Talk to us about the drinking fountain at the library.
So the drinking fountain they have it was here when I got here, but it's never given any trouble. It still works fine, no problems. What she's wanting is an upgrade that will allow you to fill a bottle or something. And that one works. It's not the prettiest thing in the world.
That's $2,000 that maybe we could save. 1,974 according to the wish list.
Right. It's what it would cost to replace it.
While we're on that subject, do you feel like if we could put one of those in the basement of the courthouse? Or will we violate the historical stuff?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because I think
Yeah.
they're really good, and it's hard
I
to
don't-
fill up a water bottle here.
I don't think a drinking fountain falls under THC.
Because those have to be mounted to the wall though.
Right.
And ours aren't mounted to the wall now. I mean, they are, but they're not like flush.
Well, and because
Yeah,
we got
they're
those
not-
round dish, those are not of the era, right? I mean,
No.
there's nothing historical about what we had.
No,
Okay,
I don't think it matters.
okay, that's what I was curious.
Yeah.
If nothing, we could put it in the storeroom, in the equipment room on the wall, by the ice machine.
Right.
Not that I want to do that right now, but I've always
At some
thought we
point in
need
the
one of
future, It
those.
might be, but you put one to the library, you put one here, we put one over at the annex, we got $10,000 worth of water fountain, so we can fill water bottles.
I understand. but they are handy.
I mean,
Now, the diaper changing, the baby changing tables, they need to be replaced. They're wore out.
you probably got them in your budget, though. They're not on the wish list.
They are on the wish list. The Cola Care changing tables,
The beginning of the wish list is raised, courthouse doors and windows, automatic door openers, vacuum, replace drinking fountain, and replace floor drains at the jails, all I see. Unless it's under is it under, I'm looking at building maintenance, Rick.
okay, I have a line item that says library. There's a Cola Care changing table and then.
Hang on, let me go
LK
back.
drinking fountain.
I'm just trying to,
On my sheet,
I don't see it.
hang on, I've got enough sheets over here.
Oh, yeah, that's on that. But I'm gonna show and put it on there.
Yeah, see, it's not, this is under library, says request 3% increase. That's the only thing I have on, you guys see it somewhere that I don't see it?
Is it in the
I see it
library
on
or
what
is it
you
under
sent
Rick?
us, so I don't know what
You see it where?
And that
I
one
see it
came,
on when you first sent the budget over, the packet, it's in there.
It's like Jennifer's request, like her budget packet.
Okay, it
It's in
didn't make,
that, but it's not on Shelley's, what you're looking at.
okay.
Yours is just probably.
Okay, I wasn't questioning, Rick, I'm just saying what I was looking at, I didn't see it.
yeah, no,
Okay.
no, that's fine.
and this budget, oh, there it is.
I mean, 2,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but again,
Several 2000s add up, doesn't it?
and I mean, if we need it, we need it, but what's gonna happen is we'll want them in every building we got. I mean, if it's that practical, then we'd want to do it everywhere, I would think.
What number is the library?
I'm not,
Yeah, so
it's not that I don't want to tell you, Judge, I don't know, without scrolling down, I don't,
Library is 650,
because see, I'm not
Is what?
looking at,
650.
650?
see, I'm not looking at the budget, Judge, with the
Ah,
numbers, I'm
yeah.
looking at,
Yeah, 650.
the other thing that I had that was kind of a high dollar item was replacing the siding, the soffit and everything on that old EMS station. And that's something that if we are going to keep that building any time at all, that needs to be done. That siding is falling off of it.
that's a building we need to take a really hard look at and decide if we're gonna,
Yeah.
Which one is that?
old EMS station.
Yeah.
What, see, I thought I saw it somewhere, but it should have, that building should have a separate. How much was it, Rick?
I'm sorry,
How much was it?
20,000.
20, yeah, what you noted in there for a budget?
$20,000, yeah, that's what.
Because I don't see it, I don't see the changing table on anything that I'm looking at.
Maybe it's all on the same sheet, or maybe a sheet you don't have.
It's in there somewhere.
Oh, it was probably in the original
Yeah.
notebook sheet that was
Say again.
put out, yeah,
Jennifer has it on hers.
Find it.
yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm not looking at all the original request packets, I'm looking at the budget after y'all had y'all's 3 or 4 day meeting and
Yeah.
the wish list, so. And that's reason it's kind of good to go through these, because that may be something we want to add or need to add, but it's not, I don't see it anywhere right now. Oh, everybody come to attention. High sheriff showed up.
High sheriff showed up. Where's your sidekick?
Long
It's a solo.
A solo?
Yeah. Couldn't make it.
Okay. Can you handle it solo, or
I can.
can you? Okay. As soon as Rick is through, we'll
Well, that's all I have unless y'all have other questions.
I found it here. It's the total cost is $568.64 plus
Changing
shipping.
tables?
Huh?
Is that changing tables?
Yes.
How much is it, sir?
Total of $568.64 plus shipping and handling.
Okay. And you say that's pretty much.
And I
neat.
requested $700.
But you think, well, shipping and handling probably gonna be there.
Yeah. So
But you say that's a need, not
they
a.
need to be replaced. Yeah, you go in there and what they do is fall down. They'll be up and they'll fall down.
We don't dump any small children on the floor, that would be good.
That'd be bad, yeah. The drinking fountain is,
Yeah. Okay.
the one they have works, but you can't fill a bottle with it.
Oh, I mean, we've got one at the barn, it was installed that way new, but,
Yeah.
and you can fill a bottle, you can fill a glass, you can fill lots of things. It's certainly a convenience, but, I mean, it'd be nice on one of them years when we're plush.
Other than that, unless y'all have something else, I just,
We'll wait till you leave and then we'll see something we want to know.
all right,
thank you, Rick.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Sheriff Sappington, come on down.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I was hoping to be joined by our medical provider, Holly Oliveris, who runs Lake Kyle Medical Clinic. But she couldn't join this morning. She has a medical practice, you know. She's been the county's, the jail's medical provider for many, many years. Far back, I think, as Sheriff Compton. So she's been there a long time. We have a medical assistant that is a county employee that assists her. But anyway, she comes once a week. So she let me know here a while back she didn't think she was going to be able to get insurance because it's all kind of skyrocketed, and she was having difficulty finding insurance. But she finally did. But it's went up significantly. So what Holly is requesting is she's currently paid $4,000 a month, and she's requesting that be increased to $5,500 a month.
Say it again.
$5,500 a month. Now, that would start October 1. So that's about an $18,000 increase. Now, according to her, $9,700 will come out of that. So part of it is to cover that insurance, and part of it is an overall increase. She went, I believe, 16 years without an increase. And Judge Starnes was here the last time she had an increase. So it's been a while. So I would say to you that we need to do it. The alternatives are not good. If she doesn't re-sign the contract, then come October 1, we would have to haul every inmate with an illness to the hospital. That's going to get pricey real quick. And then you think about, we're taking an inmate into the emergency room. If they're running tests, we may be over 3, 4, 5 hours with that inmate. Now we're having to call personnel in that are off duty, that are on days off, to come sit at the hospital because, we're mandated to keep X amount of folks at the jail. So I just say to you, 18,000, I know that's an increase, but I just don't think we have any.
What does, sorry,
Yes.
what does she do? I mean, explain to me, just tell me what she does.
So she comes every Tuesday. So of course we have inmates that are ill. So she basically sees patients, sees inmates. We do charge $50 per inmate per visit. Now, if an inmate has commissary, if somebody's given them money on their books, we take that $50 out of that. In fact, we've got about $4,000, between $4,000 and $5,000 that we've taken in that we'll cut back to the county at the end of the fiscal year. So there'll be some money coming back. If the inmate is indigent and doesn't have anyone and requests care, then we bill the hospital $50. Right, Sharon? $75 is what we bill. So there is some money that comes back. It's not a great deal. I was talking to Sharon yesterday, and it's probably $2,000 to $5,000 that we get back from Medicaid, and then of course we'll have $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 that we've collected. So, but yeah, she comes once a week. She sees those inmates that are sick. Some of them may have a condition that's a diabetic or whatever that needs continual medical visits and so forth.
She basically makes house calls once a week, but then you've got folks out there that are using prescription drugs, and she oversees your medical assistant and gives guidance on how and when those drugs are
Yeah.
distributed, right?
Yes, and even though, you're correct, and even though she only comes once a week, we call her quite frequently. Call her in the middle of the night, or late at night, and to get medical advice to what to do, or if we do need to take them to the emergency room. I briefly explored with Elizabeth having her as an employee, carrying her as an employee to where her insurance would be covered under TAC. But to carry her as an employee would be more than $18,000. Elizabeth said it'd be $16,000 just for her insurance, and that's not counting Social Security and everything else, the county's portion. So, and as long as we can keep going the way we're going with this setup, I think it's better for the county. I think we limit some liability by her being a separate provider than her becoming an employee. And it's another thing that some inmates look for a reason to sue, and so she has been sued along with everybody else at least 2 times. A lot of times it's frivolous, it's meaningless, but yet she has to hire her own counsel, and she does have to pay her own legal fees. And even though it's a nuisance, it's nothing to the suit, it still costs her money as to go through that process. So not too many people are just knocking down the door wanting to come practice inside a correctional facility. So I would just recommend that we agree to pay that increase and keep her on the way it's going. Others have told me, Larry Winter, before he passed, who had been with the county 30 years, had said that the setup that we have now is working better than it ever has in the past. Both cost effectively as well as overall care. It seems to be working good. And I really don't have any suggestions for you if you don't, other than I think it's going to cost a lot more money than what we've been paying, so.
You may have said it, and I may not have heard everything that you have said, because I gotta keep him cool over here, and the air conditioner's blowing, but, if you didn't have her, you'd have to take those guys to the local ER, and there's certainly a risk of escape and stuff of that nature. I mean, there's added risk to anytime you're transporting them. Maybe you said it requires two jailers to do that. So, and you may have said that, I may just not, so I'm not trying to overstep
Well,
with.
that's 100% accurate. And then, then you're going to run into a situation where inmates like to go on a little field trip. They say their tummy hurts. They got a sore throat because they want to get out of the jail facility and go over there. So, whereas now, we have a medical assistant. She's there during the week, and then she can call Holly. She's going to take blood pressure and pulse, and they're going to weed that out. They're going to weed those kind out. But if we don't have that, and an inmate says, my stomach hurts and I need to go, well, we're probably going to have to take them. I mean, we don't need to start playing doctor that we're not and say, no, you're fine. You just want to go on a joyride. And then, God forbid, something serious happens to them where they pass. So.
Just thinking outside of the box, don't know that it's remotely a possibility, don't know that Holly would even be interested, don't know that her credentials will allow her, but if she would maybe take on the director assistant also and take calls whenever our director's not available, we might save a little money there. I'm just a little concerned that we're adding on to a medical position there that we hadn't had in 20 years, and we're paying over half what we're paying a guy that's doing it full time. So, again, I don't know that that's even a possibility. It's a separate issue to what the sheriff has today. She's an MP, and it may take an MD.
Okay, that's what
That's what an MP.
She's a nurse practitioner.
MP, okay.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have a doctor because.
I don't know, but if there was a way to,
Good thought if she was MD.
I mean,
And
she might not sign up for it, but I don't know that this assistant director is gonna, and it's not a sheriff's conversation, but I don't know that, I mean, hadn't had one in 20 years, how many calls is he gonna take for $20,000? So, anyway, we might do some research and see if with her credentials she can, and even if she would be interested, and if so, for how many dollars. But we don't necessarily need to negotiate all that on YouTube.
But the deal we're missing here is now that we're doing the blood, that's the deal. It's not that they had a protocol book that they go by, and if they got outside of that protocol, they had to call a doc. But now with the blood, that's a whole different animal coming down from TDH that they have to have that doc on a phone.
And I'm
I
not.
don't know if she can.
Yeah, I'm not
She may
contesting
can.
that at all, Adam. And you've done it for years. I don't know how often that they do blood, and how often when they do blood will the director not be available. You know, it'd be nice to track those stats, especially for the next year, to see what we're getting for our money.
Here's when it comes in, is when it's past the scope of what the protocol says you can do, and you're trying to save that life. So that protocol book tells you can go to right here. Well, if you're in Vulture with an 18-year-old kid, and you can't get radio out or you can't get phone out, the only lifeline you have is that phone, if you get a phone, to your doctor. To try to give, what else can I give to try to save a life? Say if a bird isn't flying or something like that. So that's,
And I'm not questioning the process, I'm not
Yeah.
questioning the procedure, I'm questioning how often it's gonna be utilized, that the director himself's not gonna be available, and if it would be less expensive if with the credentials, somebody else could do that. But anyway, that's a different topic.
How many other county inmates do we pay medical on? Or do we have medical problems with that we end up paying for? I'm sure it must happen as many as we have in Denton County, Grayson County.
Well, you can bet that, and I'm just general knowledge, right? We haven't gone through there and did a survey and got it all, but you could bet that probably half of the inmates are going to probably require some sort of medical treatment, minor, to get sick and have medication called in. And then you can bet that probably 95% of those are not going to have insurance. Very few have medical insurance in the jail. Some do have the means to pay. You know, they have family that puts money on their books, and so if they've got $50, we're going to take that out of their commissary to help pay.
On out of county though, it's in our contract, they pay that,
Yeah,
do they not?
yeah.
That's your question, wasn't it, Judge?
That was the question. Do
Yeah.
they
Okay.
pay extra for?
Yeah, so
Do we
we're
bill them for those?
in fact, here a couple of weeks ago, we started housing for Collin County. We're going to be housing a good number for them, probably hopefully about 40. I think we've got 30 in-house now. But point being, whether it's Collin County, Denton County, Parker, Grayson, it's in the contract that they pay all medical costs associated with that inmate.
Okay, that's over and above what they, okay,
100%, and we bill them separately every month.
okay. That was my question.
Yeah.
Is the nurse in your budget, or it's in some other budget, isn't it?
What's that?
The nurse is it in your budget or some other budget? Healthcare,
It's in the jail budget. So
okay, so you have a line item that we need to look
do.
at. Okay.
And
Can you give me the line item?
I checked with Sharon yesterday as far as what we've got in there today.
Is it under the medical care line item?
Yeah, we do. It's prisoner medical care. It is $561,391.
561,391. Yeah, 265.
That's the same as last year.
And as we sit here today, there's about 52,000, something like that.
And he's been as high as 264, actual dollars. So we probably don't want to shave much off of it.
Let me ask you an unfair question here. Okay? Let's say if we gave you this, can you think of any place else in your budget that you could cut to make up for it? That's pretty tough to do. I'm putting you on the spot. Like equipment or something that we wouldn't have to pay for.
You know, when I did budget presentation,
Yeah,
I believe that I said to you that, you know, if you need $80,000, I would cut a marked unit. Instead of getting 5, would go down to 4. Do I recommend that? No.
No.
I don't recommend it because.
Understand.
We're getting to a spot, hopefully, with this new vehicle vendor, that we're going to be in a lot better shape and we can start cutting back on the vehicles amount ordered now. I think if we got 5 one more time, we would be able to start cutting down, but we're either going to pay it, right? We're going to pay it up front on that new unit, or we're going to continue to pay it on the back end for $10,000, $11,000 engines, $5,000 transmissions, as we run these things well past where they should be run. So, would we give you, cut 80,000 and up front? But we may cut, I mean, we may spend 15, 20 on the backside. I don't know. These things are killing us.
Well,
Maintenance.
I guess what I'm looking at is this budget year by year by year. And this, I think this year, we're looking at wanting to cut wherever, whenever we can. On the other hand, you have valid, in my opinion, I think what you're asking for today is a valid request. We've talked about that before too, and understand. But if there's, and I asked everybody else, it's not just you, I've asked everybody else in the county, and we'll get to those one by one as we go through the budget here again too. If there's any place, I don't care if it's 20,000, 30,000, 2,000, places where you can cut. And in this case here, personally, I think you got a good request there. On the other hand, is there some way you can make it easy for us to, or me anyway, to justify your increase?
Well, when I think of, you know, Judge, in like most county budgets, probably, let's just say that you came to me and said, hey, look, the county's broke. Everybody's got to cut.
Yeah, don't
10.
start that rumor.
Well,
We're not
I'm
broke.
just saying,
Okay.
hypothetically, if you said
Yeah.
you've got to cut 10%,
Okay,
well, 10% of 10 million is $1 million.
that's,
There's only one way in the world that I could cut that much money, and that's by personnel. That's the only way to get there. Even the vehicles are only 450, 500,000. So even if we didn't buy a single vehicle, I'm not. So it's hard to cut. So when I think about if you want to cut something that might be the least impact to the citizens off of what I've requested, then I would cut a vehicle.
that's,
If you don't approve the new CID investigator who was going to handle the crimes against children cases, the public's going to feel that.
yeah, well, that was my
More
first.
than
Yeah, that was
cutting the
my,
vehicle.
that was my first question to you. Equipment was what I had in mind, okay? I personally don't want to make any personnel cuts or pay cuts or anything like that. In fact, I think most of our employees are a little bit underpaid anyway, okay? So when I first asked you that, that's the first thing I said was equipment. Can you cut enough someplace else in your budget to allow for this increase that you've asked for today? Because personally, I think it's a valid request. And I'd like to see it happen. Anything for personnel, I think is worthwhile.
I think, and Commissioner Sicking was in the one-on-one meetings, and I think I offered then, and I offered at the full budget presentation, and I'll say it again today, that if we need to cut, and then that marked unit is $84,000, there you go.
Well, let me
We'll cut one.
Let me pose this to you. You said on the backside there would be 20,000 or so in upkeep and everything else. So if you cut 80,000, you ended up maybe spending 20 or even 30,000 on the back end of this. This year, that would be 50,000 or so that perhaps you could turn loose of for the budget which would allow for your personnel requests and everything else. And that would be fair to your people, to you, to us, I think everything else too. If you can make that back end maintenance cost or whatever, instead of the new unit cost up here up front.
And
And we're talking this year, right now. We'll do it all again next year.
well, and the next, and the next, and the next, but,
Be sure.
but, you know, there will come a time, we're approaching it, where we need more personnel in patrol, where the call volume is
Sure.
exceeding the number of folks we have. So, at some point, you know, you wake up and all of a sudden we need three more in patrol and another investigator, and it's a big wham. So, I get it, and I realize that you're trying to find every penny you can, and let's cut a vehicle. There you go. There's $84,000.
And hopefully those pennies come from equipment, things, and not people. That's what I'm getting at.
Sheriff, because you got vehicles in jail and sheriff's office, right? What line item you want that out of? Just, Shelley's not here, I'm just taking note, so.
Yeah, well, we'll take it out of patrol.
Is it
or not
570?
Patrol, but out on the law enforcement side, which is going to be 560, 570.
565, okay.
Yeah. The jail side, we've only asked for one vehicle, and it's a van, a jail van. So I would like to keep that.
So what I'm hearing is we're gonna reduce 560, 570 by one vehicle, whatever that number is. We're gonna increase 561, 391 by $18,000. Right?
Yeah. And
That's where you want it, right? You want it in that, or, you know.
I was looking at so we're going to pull one of the marked pickups, and the exact amount is 85,000. Looks like just a little over there. Chelsea, read this. Contact is delivered with.
85,901.98.
So we're pulling that, but replacing that with your 391, the 18,000, whatever that, I think that's the deal we're making here. Is that?
Well, yeah, but it's not just for that 18,000. I mean, we're giving $85,901 back into general fund, and we'll ask for the 18,000 increase.
He's giving back about $62,000, $65,000.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's what I think we're saying here.
And it's not, again, we're saving it in
So
we're not making money. This is money that he's allowed us not to spend in this budget.
That's
So
right.
we're not reducing it from last year's cost, Judge.
Right,
Yeah,
understand.
Yeah.
yeah,
Is that fair? Do you-
that's
He didn't say it was painless.
not a matter.
I didn't say
it's not a matter
fairness.
of fairness, but
Well,
it's just realistic. And
I'm-
if you ask me what I can realistically cut within the budget that amounts to anything,
Yeah.
that's about the only place besides personnel where we're going to get that
Well,
kind of
and
money.
And I don't want to cut personnel, okay? I want to stay away from that totally, and I want you to be able to take care of your people, okay? And we help take care of them. If that means giving up a piece of equipment or something like that, then I guess that's what we're getting to right now, so.
So one thing that, you know, it's really bad, but on the other side, it's helped. So, you know, at one time we had 8 vacancies in patrol.
Right.
There's not but 20 to begin with, and that's, and 2 of those are SROs. So, you know, our force was almost cut in half, and we got to maintain, when people call 911, they expect you to come. And so it was challenging, very challenging to meet the demands with that shortage. We have built up, and swore in 2 last week, and with those 2, it took us to 3 vacancies. Not good, because 4 is a complete shift. So that tells you we're almost a complete shift, still short, but we've came from really short. So I say all that to say, when you have all those vacancies, not all those cars are being driven. So we've caught a break on on mileage and fuel and operating on that side of it, because we were so short-handed.
Don't give us any ideas here now. If we cut a bunch of people, you won't need so much equipment.
Well, there you go.
I'm just kidding.
There you go.
Just kidding.
But when you call 911 and need a response, it may be a day, you know what I'm saying?
I'm just kidding.
Your passenger van for the jail, I mean, the one we have now, what is it? The van for the jail? You're asking for a new one? What?
So that van, the van that we have is 13, 14, that is pretty old. In fact, the maintenance has one of them that we gave them a year or 2 ago. So it's pretty old, it's mileage, and it's starting to have some mechanical issues. It's not something we want to put on the road with 5, 6 inmates going to state prison. On a 200, 300 mile trip, it's getting to where we don't want to risk that. You know what I mean? So,
What is your vehicle maintenance line?
well, on the law enforcement side,
Is that machinery and
it is
570?
Vehicle maintenance.
it is 563,540.
540?
563,540.
$563?
No, 560,
354.
Okay, 560.
354.
Okay. I started saying, wait a minute, now you're messing
What
with
was it? How much did they use this year?
Oh, this is a ways back. I mean, this was probably June. At least 62,000, but the year before that was 128. The year before that was 133. But as you get newer vehicles in, that comes down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a
Gotcha.
balance.
So
And he brought it down.
now, something that also makes that line a little bit more difficult to interpret is vehicle crashes.
Crashes.
Fleet crashes. And, you know, the past several fleet crashes we've been involved in hadn't been our fault. And so the other insurance company ends up paying for our repairs. However, whatever that amount is, you know, 10,000, 15,000, whatever the total cost of that fleet is, when we get that money in and have it repaired, it goes into vehicle maintenance. And so you have 3 or 4 fleets a year that gets put in that vehicle maintenance line item, and it makes it appear it's always a lot more than what we start with. But the van, I want to say it's close to 100,000 maybe. But we we get a lot of years typically out of the van. That, like I said, that van that we have left is pretty old.
Excuse me.
$99,094 to purchase one transport van, replace the 11-year-old with mechanical issues. I would recommend we keep that on the jail side.
You got anything else for us?
I don't.
That was it, huh?
And my main concern was, and believe me, it would be your main concern, is the medical care. So I highly recommend we do that.
Congratulations.
I would answer any questions on the jail or the law enforcement side if you had questions. Other than that, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Rick.
Enjoy your discussions the rest of the night.
Thank you,
bet.
thank you, thank you.
Okay. What do you guys want to do? Go through this one by one, or just anybody have anything in mind they want to bring up? Make it easy on yourselves.
Didn't miss anything, did I?
No.
No. Nothing we can tell you.
Looked like the sheriff left us, you know, so I don't know what y'all done to him while I was gone, but,
He left smiling.
excuse me.
All right, I'm going glasses on. My head's starting to hurt.
All right.
Oh, that's so much better.
Okay.
Well, big one you want to talk about first, Gary?
Who left me in charge?
I did, because you got the list.
Oh, I don't? What,
The
which list, which
Well, the
which list
few-
would you like to work
the
off of?
few that me and you talked about the other day.
I guess, do we want to look at social services?
Yeah, we can get that over with.
What number?
It's going to be in 645, and then there's about 10 of them under that.
Yeah.
I need to,
Judge. Huh?
I need to print that off.
Do what?
I need to print that off.
Well, here it is. I'll share it.
Okay. I think I've got
I've kind of got a broad sweep at that. I don't know that,
I've got it right here.
I mean, one, it's not popular, but if we treat all the non-county entities, I'm not talking about hot fund, but I'm talking about everything there in 465 for starters. Treat everybody the same and leave them where they were last year. You know, we've been telling them for years we need to back it off, 20%, and we've, at times we've gone up and increased it, 80 or 90,000 for a one-shot deal. But I think if you do something, you're consistent and you just do them all the same way.
Yeah.
Well, that's hitting it with a broad brush, but
You said 465?
I think it's 6:45.
what?
Oh.
645, yeah. What y'all say?
Numbers look bad.
I've been wrestling grad kids for 3 or 4 days. I'm whooped, At least I have excuses for my weaknesses. 645, Judge.
All right.
I
What
agree with
happens?
that all the way, except one thing. The library, last year we cut them, I thought we was cutting several of them, and all of a sudden we didn't. That was the only one we cut. I think it needs to be put back where it was, or else let's cut the rest of them.
Say that one again, I'm sorry.
Last year, we was gonna cut the library and several of them.
We talked, the Munster Library, right?
Yes,
On this, that's okay.
yes.
What they used to be,
It's 13,
and what'd we give them last year?
9.
9,100? That's a starting point, guys.
I mean,
Yeah.
put it back where, I thought we agreed we was gonna cut several of them, and then we wound up, and that was the only one that got cut. So either we need to cut the rest of them, or put it back where it was and keep everybody the same.
See, I hate to increase one, not increase the others. I don't, that kind of,
Well, we're just,
because
Look at it
we
this
actually
way, they-
decreased them last year.
they made more money last year because the library got cut and none of the rest of them did. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
You know,
we're not really increasing, we're putting them back where they were.
and I realize everybody's saying, hey, their expenses are going up and so are ours, and we really need them out there lobbying our state legislators and our federal legislators so they go back either getting state and federal money versus local tax dollars.
Now, you know, I saw a thing yesterday where it said that the state is lowering taxes at the state level, but the counties and the cities are the ones
Yeah.
negating that.
You know,
They set so many rules that we gotta pay for at our level that it makes us look like the bad guy. But, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with leaving everybody the same, and if we wanna raise up the Munster Library back where it was, to be fair, I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
I mean,
I don't want anybody to feel like they're being singled out or mistreated.
I just got, what would I do
Did
with
they
it?
come to us with a new ask?
I don't remember why we cut it last year. Y'all would have to
Well,
tell
we was
me.
gonna,
We were gonna cut more.
we was gonna cut several of them.
Why would I want
No,
a
no.
laptop when I've got
The other
you?
ones didn't get cut, just the library did.
Yeah, I mean, we could always say that was treating everybody the same that way. But
Right there, okay, gotcha. And, okay, Gary, would you say what you first said?
what I said was, you know, it's not like we're cutting them off, that we're not funding them, we're not supporting them, but we support them at exactly the same level this year as we did last year. And with the exception of Munster, because based on Matt's comments, we cut them from 13 to 9, which is 4,000, which is what we'd been saying we was gonna do with everybody,
Right,
and we didn't do that.
right.
So I'm okay with giving Munster theirs back and keeping everybody else where they were. And then again, at some point in time,
Thank you.
this is just a bad year for us.
Okay. So what does that save us if we do that?
Well, what it doesn't do, Judge, is increase it by
Oh,
$97,000.
Got 97,255.
Yeah, we stay where we was last year.
Okay.
And then all of them are treated the same. We didn't single somebody out and give one of them more than we did the other.
So victims witness services, what did they get last? I'm looking at a little bit different thing.
On the 2025 budget, 50.
Right. They got 50 and they wanted 100. Okay. So just back to 50 like it was this year then.
I mean, if you look back at 2024, we were at $168,000. This year, we're at $204,000.
And Matt, what was your concern was that Munster Library was the only one that ended up getting
Cut last year.
cut last year? Oh,
$3,900 what it wound up being.
okay.
And if you look at total social services from 23 to 25, we raised it $45,000. And the whole time we've been saying we're gonna reduce it. So, in other words, we would stay, and the ask this year, the 25 budget, all right, we raised it 40, whatever I said, $1,000 from 23 to 25. And now then this year, they want $120,000 more. So, I don't know where this 97 number came from, or somebody in there. But anyway, that's my suggestion.
And this way, that affects everybody and not just,
The same.
yeah. Kind of like the way we started out beforehand when we asked everybody to,
Cut, and typically that doesn't,
Doesn't
we don't
happen.
get it, you know,
Right.
so then it forces our hand to make decisions. But again, we're not providing any less to them that way.
right.
So we, you know, they stay whole from us. Now, what happens with the rest of the fundraisers, what they can get from the state and everybody else, that's a different deal.
We want to vote on that, or we're not voting on anything, or what are we doing?
Make,
I'm sorry, do it again, Bubba.
Do we want to vote on that, or we just?
Well,
not-
we hadn't been voting, people hadn't been objecting if we,
Yeah.
yeah, we just gotta make the notes so it gets
Yeah.
on the budget.
are
So
you doing the
it'd be-
notes,
it'd
Sharon?
be the
So if we
overall
bring,
vote.
if we bring Munster to 13, and do everything the same as we did in 2025, it'd be 208, 300.
Okay, which is
2024, we were at 168, 650.
back up one more. I mean, back in 2023, we were 159.
Right.
I mean, we just keep bumping 50,000, 50,000, 50,000.
And all these outside agencies, they're important, but they're not
They're not a county operation,
right.
you know.
I mean, hey, we can give what we can give, but it's just, we got
Well,
our own stuff too.
and that's what, once again, I've said so many times too, we gotta remember, this isn't our money that we're throwing around up here. And I think we've got to be as responsible as we can with every penny that we have to operate with. And with that in mind, everybody gets treated, without even looking to see what's on the list here, okay? As long as we agree that everyone gets treated fairly, everybody gets the same opportunity to request and make cuts or whatever it happens to be. I'm all for it. I think as long as what Matt said doesn't happen too.
Or
as
does
long as-
happen, or whatever. You want to make Munster whole.
Say again?
You want to bring Munster back with the
Yeah,
rest of
I
them.
want them to be treated like, okay, let's say,
Excuse me.
like they would have been treated last year, only this year. If
Okay,
that
so-
makes any sense.
Do we have a consensus that we leave all social services exactly where they were last year, with the exception of Munster, and we take them back where they were last year?
That's correct. Is that right?
That makes sense, Matt? That's the way you want it said?
It would be the year before. Last year they got cut.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
prior,
But the year
yeah,
before,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
we wanna take Munster back to 13.
Yeah, not where they are this year, but where they were last year was
Right.
what I was thinking.
Yep.
Chelsea, I'm guessing you're taking notes too, hopefully.
All social services back to the fiscal year 25 budget, except Munster.
And they go to
Go back to
13.
24.
They go to 13,000. They go from 9,100 to 13,000 specifically. is what I think. Anybody disagree with that? We want, whatever they're working on right now, so I don't get messed up on fiscal years, whatever they're getting this year, they will get next year, with the exception of Munster. Okay? And you got all the stuff on
Thank
the
you,
sheriff
Chelsea.
earlier, on relief, taking off one vehicle and,
No, and
you got them, okay.
And with that being said, I understand all of their asks, but we just don't have the funding for it either. And, with the victim services trying for that sane nurse, I know
Yeah.
that that's something they've been trying with every entity. I don't know how close they've gotten to it, but, hopefully they can work out something with the hospital where the hospital has somebody on staff to take care of that need when it does arise.
Right.
It's a tough thing. We don't have money to throw that in there and fund that perpetually.
I wish we could
and on the-
fund everything that's been asked.
Agreed.
I
And
wish we could.
on the flip side of that too, that the lady who has been operating as our sane nurse, I said it on the first day of budgeting, I would like to maybe recognize her sometime in the near future when she does retire, because she's pretty much volunteered for that position for 20 years.
Right?
I'd like to recognize her.
Off the microphones, I'm hearing it from him, but I'm not hearing.
Y'all keep going.
So we got what we think our consensus is, and that's documented.
You're on a roll, keep going.
Oh, trust me, I'm rolling. I'm working off the list right now, guys, and I don't know anybody know the number right off the top of their head for rural septic? 591. Whoop. 590. Rural septic, okay. Has anybody looked at it? Gosh almighty. A rural septic guy, he's showing $5,000 in fuel, and he's never spent more than $3,800, and that was 3 years ago. Last year he spent $1,900. No, this year he spent $1,900 to date. Subscriptions, that's his new software plan, right? That he tracks his conference expense, state inspections. We got whoops. Seems like state inspections varies quite a bit, from 3,500 to 6,900. Is that where we paid and caught up on some, where we owed them money? Spent 1,600 so far. I'd take $1,000 out of his fuel line for starters. And then he's got $5,000 on vehicle maintenance. And he just spent $3,800. Y'all weigh in there anywhere you want. I'm just.
Well, and it's hard to track, because I think some of that's personal vehicle and some of it is county vehicle.
We're on real separate. Judge, in my opinion, he has furnished a county vehicle. He doesn't have a personal vehicle expense.
Well, that's,
So, and that's a whole sidebar issue that needs to go into exec if we go talk to that.
you're on a roll. I agree with you.
I don't know. You an auto guy, what's he gonna get for $5,000 for vehicle maintenance? Does he need it? I mean, does he need 5,000 vehicle maintenance?
I thought he was getting some things done this year.
Yeah, but see, I see 3,800 spent this year.
Yeah, I knew he was getting some things done this year. He
I don't
mentioned
think
that to me.
3,800.
What number is he?
I'm looking at year-to-date,
What
Adam,
number is he over here?
590. You with me?
On vehicle maintenance, I see 274.19.
I'm looking at 593.54. I still on the right guy?
593.54. 2025 year to date, I got 274.19. Unless this is an old deal.
Well, I'm showing, budget 2025 was 5,000. He requests 5,000 the next 2 years. Year to date, I'm showing 3851.75. What are you showing on 2024 actuals?
1609.
Okay, that's, yeah, I'm on the right line. I'm showing, and I know he's had some maintenance done on it here recently, because, you know,
Well, this was sent to me probably back in
I guess like June.
June, so I might not have the updated one.
what I'm, guys, I don't know what y'all are working off of. What I'm working off of is the FY '26 budget with the 3% increase, is what I'm working off of. And that was sent to us in an email, can't tell you. You can go look, but
I would think 5,000 is, normally would maybe be a little too much, but, you know, with him complaining about that truck, maybe it's not.
well, it ain't worth a whole lot of time
No,
on. We can.
no. You just asked
Okay.
that question, so I.
Okay, so on his wish list, he's asking for, your palm ever cramp, your fingers cramp? He's asking for $7,000 pay increase, and that right now, we typically do that like we do the rest of them, one line to them and say, what y'all do? Y'all with me? I'm talking about them two down there, Joe.
Oh,
I'm wondering if they're on the same sheet. It's weird when you think this show up.
So this is updated.
I'm
Okay,
getting old, Gary.
no 590, it's the center middle. It's, it's down below sheriff's.
It's Matt's battery went down the other day, wasn't it? For yours, somebody's battery went down.
That's Matt. I don't see rurals. Oh, there it is. No, he just, that's the only thing he has on there is his
Yeah.
his pay increase.
And so I'm thinking, just like everybody else,
I'm thinking.
he gets what everybody else gets. Oh, I'm sorry, I looked at rural subdivisions on the 7,800, we know we're not gonna do that.
Right.
And then the next one's 4%, so again, they get the same consideration. Now, the one above that one, guys, that's a tough one, because that's DPS requesting 10% for their admin, and she's solid gold, but if we go give, and she's a county employee, as I understand it.
Like I mentioned in the last, they were willing to give up something else to get that, which I know that doesn't help the perpetuality of it, but I guess they're, you know, concerned with their workload increase. Don't kill the messenger, I'm just a messenger.
No, I mean, absolutely, they're probably gonna add 2 or 3 extra troopers to this area.
Yeah, she's,
I can't question that.
She's admin for, she'll be 15 people,
You know,
and I totally understand why they're wanting to do that, so.
Well, I agree with what you just said, Jason. It's gonna, her workload is gonna increase significantly here.
and I'll tell you, I'm not opposed to it at all, but when your county department heads walk in here and start saying the same thing about their employees, we gotta be able to defend it.
Yeah, well,
And I can, I'll just tell them, hey, it's the way it is, but not everybody's
well,
comfortable with that logic.
yeah, so on me, I can't think of anybody who's deals with 15 people coming to her every day. Oh, well, I can, going across the hall, but, you know, 15 people depend on her directly for things. I get it, you know.
Well, and she's one that handles all their drug testing and stuff of that nature.
She
too.
handles accident reports for the insurance company. I
I
mean,
mean,
it's
and
a
what
lot.
she would be getting net would be 7% over the others. And I don't, it's one
Well-
of those Shelley sharing deals where they figure in
And we can,
insurance
and we can,
I-
like I said, to pay for it for the first year, we can take away his radar gun.
That's kind of what I was getting at. If we handle this kind of like we did with the sheriff, what else can we, or what can we?
Yeah, he said he'd give up his radar gun. That would
radar gun,
that would
which is-
almost pay for it. Well, it would pay for the
7%.
7%.
Okay.
It wouldn't pay for the
And
3.
assuming we give everybody else 3, then that would pay for the 7. And again, I think we're gonna have to hold tight this year, but we're anticipating growth. I mean, and we're counting on that. We're counting on things getting better and us being able to finance some more things. So,
I'm thinking that if we take away a radar gun and do the 10%, that would be a good thing.
I would sure fight for that one.
I don't have my paper, but that was one thing they did offer up. I guess they grabbed the wrong stack, but.
Can you live
they
with it?
Offered it up.
I mean, it's not a good trade from the perpetual standpoint, as Jason says, but we can live with it. Adam, you live with it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, she's gonna have, them other 2 guys are supposed to be here pretty quick.
I mean, she's gonna 2 or 3, and then,
Yeah.
2 or 3, yeah.
Well, I thought when he come in and sat down, he said they'd only get 7 more.
Well, that's in the next.
Yeah, they came to me with the real numbers. They're getting 3 more for sure, and possibly 1.
they're gonna add 1 to license and weights maybe also.
Yeah, he was giving me some acronyms that I didn't know what they meant.
So,
There's just like 2 patrol deputies and then 2 something else. Not deputies, but troopers.
so,
You want to do that then, or
I'm for
minus a radar and plus a 10%? Go with that?
I'm for it.
well, it's for Sharon's notes, I think what I'm hearing
That's what I'm
is
saying.
subtract the radar out of their line item request,
580, 451.
okay? And then increase the salary by 7% above what's given to everybody else.
That's right.
No, for 10% total, okay?
Yeah, yep.
Well, let me ask this. If for some reason we don't do a 3%, should we hold that one at 7?
Yes.
That would be my thought.
At
Yeah,
7
fair.
and not 10,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's, and the only other
Basically,
thing,
what this is a position increase. Because of the increased workload and everything else, it's not a,
yeah. And the only other thing on this sheet is the library, and it's just her request for the 3% employee. So I'm kind of going to mark that sheet done so I can
Okay.
set it away to the
that's the same
side.
as anybody else, everybody else will.
Okay.
Okay?
And I think I still don't know where we are under permanent improvement, so I'm gonna put a big question mark on that when we come back. Hot funds.
Hot funds, oh boy.
I'm a little more liberal with the hot funds, but my knee-jerk reaction on this one is we don't need to be taking on anybody new, specifically Gainesville ISD, Gainesville Orchestra, and the Arts Council. I don't think we can buy beer and wine and do scholarships. And did I say Frank Buck Zoo? I wouldn't do any of those new ones. I wouldn't add.
Well, Frank Buck isn't new, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What have we done for Frank Buck before, though?
But if we've got the funds, Frank Buck Zoo is one of the largest draws in the
Yeah,
county.
it really does, it attracts.
And that's what it's supposed, this money's supposed to promote,
That's
to
right.
promote entertainment and tourism.
Well, the thing if we want to look at the big picture, I support those that's working on infrastructure and building out, like the Fair Board. We've seen Butterfield Stage. I mean, they're building infrastructure. My concern is the Frank Buck Zoo, where it's a great deal. It's funded by the city of Gainesville. And if I go give them $55,000 for the zoo, then if I'm them, it's just like if they gave us $55,000 for something we're doing,
Well,
I'd immediately reallocate that out of my general fund and quit paying it, quit spending
Was,
it.
I can see funding them at a reduced rate.
Wasn't this
less
for
than-
a
This was for that
specific project?
expansion over
It's
there.
for an
This was
expansion.
for an expansion, wasn't it fencing or something like that?
It was an infrastructure project. It wasn't
They
just
can't
a
use- They
funding.
can't use it for salaries or something else like that.
Well,
They
but
use
what you do, they can take $55,000 that they're currently using to fund Frank Buck Zoo, move that into salaries. If somebody walked up here and gave us, well, and we basically do, well, we don't do the same thing. If they walked up here and handed us $55,000 for something, okay, that we're already paying for, I could take that $55,000 and go give people pay raises.
Well, yeah, but pay raises are perpetual. This is a one-time infrastructure thing, just to play devil's advocate with you.
Well, no, I'm just saying, we give them 50,000 this year, 50,000 next year. You know, again, it's, some of these things are taxing entities. Gainesville ISD is its own taxing entity. Frank Buck Zoo, funded by Gainesville, own taxing entity. You know, we did step into the Gainesville Chamber. I don't know, did we give them money last year
Yep.
for Summer Sounds? That's an attraction.
Yeah, I'm out on the Gainesville ISD. Swing Orchestra,
I've crossed them off.
you know, it does, that is some entertainment, and I can see, you know, they didn't have a big ask in the grand scheme of things. I mean, I'm kind of on the fence with that. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
See,
It's also heads and beds.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the-
heads
that's
and
the
beds
big
and
thing. That's what
entertainment.
brings your money in.
yeah.
Got all
Again,
kinds
it's,
of entertainment around, it's what gets people to stay overnight.
we've got a chance to, if we could grow out that Fair Association complex, we could have something like they've got at Graham, something like they've got at College Station, and we could fund that significantly through hotel motel tax. Unless we start taking on a bunch of new ones and the little ones and 30,000 here and 15,000 there, and they continue asking indefinitely, I mean, we could focus on something like that and probably maybe better utilize our resources.
What if we gave the zoo like 25,000?
I mean,
rather than what they asked for? Because I think
To
that,
me, that's better than 55.
yeah, well,
Well, this would be, hot funds would be a good class conference. I'm gonna talk to Peter
Yeah.
McGill about that.
But like I said, the question is if somebody gave us an influx of money
yeah.
that I was paying out of one line item, I'd backfill that line item and take that and go give raises or do something.
You know,
But you
I
can't do that
understand.
with that hot
Well,
fund.
no, I'm just using that as an
Besides that,
What, no, okay, we give them hot fund money. They go put it to the zoo. That's great.
No, but
That's
they have to
legit.
have a specific project. That receipt has to come back before she'll pay that.
Yeah, so-
Okay, that's fine, I get it.
So
She
it-
paid it, but now instead of what they would, who would have paid it if we hadn't?
They probably wouldn't do it.
Well, no, that's, they,
Won't do it, or it'll be one less
It'll be
project they do.
postponed.
And their zoological society will pick and choose which ones they're gonna fund.
You know, the zoo actually does really, truly attract people from other places. In fact, there was a special on our zoo, I say our zoo, on Cooke County, or the zoo on Channel 12 the other night.
okay.
I don't
And
know
I
if
was
any
at
of you
the-
caught that or not, but
My kids were
We
there,
go,
they
we,
were very curious.
yeah, we go to a lot of zoos, and we were at the San Diego Zoo back
Yeah.
in February, and one of the staff members knew the Gainesville Zoo and comes
Yeah.
here for training. So, you know, it's just I see what you're saying. It is a city
I wouldn't
deal,
follow
but
my
they're
sword
not-
over it.
Yeah, they're not funded solely by the city of Gainesville budget. They're funded by multiple.
Okay,
Multiple sources.
and again, I'm playing devil's, I'm not
I
I'm not
am
gonna,
too.
but if the city of Gainesville, they have a hotel motel tax, how much, where does it fall on their list of where they spend money?
Yeah,
All their hotel motel tax?
Yeah, I asked Barry that the other night. He said they do get some hot funds, obviously. Then they get city budget funding too.
But, you know, if they're giving them 20 and we give them 55, you know,
Like I said, it's for a specific project.
well,
Well, but 20 or 25 is a compromise,
I,
I'd say.
again, that's, I wouldn't follow my sword over
It'd
it.
be kind of like the city of Gainesville, give them.
Yeah, I wouldn't follow my sword over it one way or another. I just point out that what's subject to happen, you get an influx of money, then you quit. I mean, a perfect example is the lottery.
Well, if,
In the Texas State Lottery, they say we're gonna go let that fund schools. Well, what they done, everything that they were taking out of general fund to fund schools, they moved it somewhere else and just backfilled with what they got off the lottery. Boy, that's my understanding of the way that went down.
Well, if we're going to talk, let's talk numbers. Let's talk, I mean, big numbers. Big numbers are Munster asks. How we feel about all that. And yes, German Fest is heads and beds and one of the largest things in North Texas, but I mean, that's $200,000, almost $300,000 just going to Munster.
Where are you looking at? I'm seeing,
Line item number one's 85,000, and then the Heritage Park is 180,000.
oh, okay.
Matt,
Yeah.
most people from out of county that come to German Fest or Oktoberfest, do they stay here or do they come and go? It's been my experience that most of them come and go.
There's a lot of them that stay, I mean, like,
Those that stay,
years ago.
some stay in the jail, but
2 years ago, I did a little survey with the hotels and what's the one over here on the service road? Damn it.
You've got
Anyway,
Holiday Inn Express for one, right here.
well, no, it was
Roadway, I don't know, sure for them over there.
Fairfield or something, I don't even remember now.
Fairfield, yeah, that's one.
But 80% of their guests were here for German Fest, and the other 20 were here for a wedding. And when they came back, they asked what was there something to do after the wedding, and they all trucked them over to the German Fest. So 100% of their stay was German Fest, pretty much,
for what period of time though? Just
for the weekend.
weekend?
And you try to book a room those weekends, German Fest and Oktoberfest, it's very hard.
Yeah. And I wasn't picking on it. I was saying,
No,
we're
I know.
sitting here squabbling over 55 and we got 300 asks going over there. You
I
know?
think it's 3 years, might have been 4 years ago, Windstar blocked those dates out for their employees that could not take off during those weekends, which is very impressive to me.
Yeah, it draws a lot of people. They go to the German Fest and then they go
They-
gamble, and it's a whole
I mean,
big
they've always
thing.
said they can tell when the festival's over, they get busy as all get out over there. So,
No, I'm kind of, at the German Fest, kind of like the other. I could see half of that, maybe 150,000 rather than 300,000 or something like that.
Well, it's actually two separate asks.
Okay.
Munster
Well,
Chamber of
but you
Commerce
know
has
what I'm
asked.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Munster Chamber of Commerce has asked for 85,000, which is 15,000 more than
Yeah.
last year. And what is that for?
they're wanting to buy, I think, they're wanting to buy these tents that they set up instead of renting them every year.
Every year.
I know previously we were paying, I think, getting close to 30,000 a year just in rent.
And then the Heritage Park last year was 70,000, and then this year's 180 ask.
Which
She
I
had
don't
a
have
big-
my darn
They had a big
papers here, but
project.
I thought they had 2 breakdowns, but it was to do the siding on the outside of the building, give it the more German look.
Yes.
Do
That
this,
was one of them.
not the stucco, the ephes. But I think there was two quotes in there, one to do the whole building, one just to do part, maybe the south part. Like I said, I grabbed the wrong stack of paper, so I don't have any of that here, but anyway.
So what if we went back to last year's levels? Would that be about 100,000?
Be 70 and 70 is 140,
The 140? Okay.
right, guys?
What was that?
70 and 70, go back to last year's numbers, be 70 and 70 be 140 total. And like I said, I'm much more free with the hot funds money, but, you know, I kind of
Is that
like
what
to
we're
try
doing with
to.
everybody then? Just gonna put them back where they were?
I wouldn't have any, well, you guys heard from Morton Museum, what are they doing for an extra $130,000 or dollars?
We're gonna build,
A cabin is what they were
Yeah.
gonna build.
No,
Awning.
they're putting an awning.
Was it an awning this time? Okay.
Down to the
They're
north.
getting a bunch of those fans, those big fans.
Big fan.
that north side of their building where that mural is, they wanna build an awning, put some fans, but then there were several
That's
other
hot
things
funds.
too.
We're not,
Hmm?
I said, we're talking hot funds here, right?
Yeah,
Well,
this doesn't
that's-
hurt our budget.
Matt had a good point there, I think. What we do to one, we ought to do to the other, but once again, it's hot funds, so it's not really ours to worry about anyway.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
it
it's ours to
is if we
direct.
keep adding people to it, and they,
Well,
I mean, that long term, that's, you
But
spread your
we're
money
still,
thin.
but we're talking this year though. Got to.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna cut them, they're probably bring most people in the county every year. So if you're gonna cut them, then you need to make it the same.
Yeah.
I mean, the one festival probably brings as much as most of the other ones put together does. So,
Well, if we don't cut any hot funds, let's say everything is just as it is now.
I disagree with that.
Well,
I mean, we collectively.
For starters.
There's 3 or 4 of us, I think, have already said no to Gainesville ISD and,
yeah.
Swing Orchestra, which are new ones. And I don't remember if we gave money to Cooke County Arts Council last year, but I'm pretty confident based on, if this is their request for this year for a wine bar and scholarships, you know. we're-
Okay, so what if we just said, this year is timeout, we're going back to what we had this last year, which cuts swing orchestra and those out because they weren't in this year's.
If you do that, you cut the bottom 4 and that gets your Frank Buck Zoo, and I'm hearing, sound like the majority of you don't want to cut the, I don't know about the majority, but.
Now, you're right, I would hate to cut Frank Buck's Zoo though, because that's legit, I think.
I don't, the Arts Council's a good thing, we just don't, we can't fund the wine bar and the scholarships.
But, I mean, right now, that's what they're saying their justification is for $13,000.
Yeah.
And have we given to the Arts Council before?
Yeah, 12,900 last year.
What'd we give them?
12,900 is what y'all budgeted last year.
They just had a $200 increase in their request.
So far, they've spent 10,000.
What do they spend that on, I wonder? Yeah,
I don't have my computer, I
does
don't.
anybody know?
I don't.
what'd you ask?
The Arts Council?
Last year, what they, what they spent.
$130,000 canopy's pretty nice canopy.
I could get their report.
On
but
what?
I don't
On
remember
board.
what it was.
Well, it was multiple projects.
What if we reduce Frank Buck to about 25, try to make some of this stuff move and get on.
Oh, yeah, that would be fine with me. Thought that was a good compromise.
I'll throw something out there.
Go for it.
No to GISD, no to swing orchestra, $25,000 to Frank Buck. And the rest as requested.
Very diplomatic. I go for that.
Did that get any traction? In other words, that's 85 to, and I'm assuming there's funds in there to cover it, or Shelley wouldn't have it in these numbers. That's 85 to the Munster Chamber, even though if I was gonna cut one, I would take them back to 70 and give them the 180 at the bottom. But anyway, that's 85, 56, 78, 100, 144, 20,000, 50,000, 180. I think that's gonna get us an issue with that justification out there for that 13-1.
What?
We just need to tell them they can't fund that part of
I'm
it.
saying, I'm not comfortable with telling the public that we're funding wine, even out of hot funds.
You're right.
Can't we just tell them that they can't fund that part?
Well, like, once you give them the money, I don't know what you tell them, because, well, they
They
better not
give
show
you
up with the
receipts.
receipt. Yeah, they don't show up with the receipt for
And it
anything.
says in the packet what it can be spent on. I mean, it's,
But it said wine, didn't it?
well, they're saying wine, but the packet says, when you fill it out, it doesn't.
So somebody needs to communicate to them, we're not paying for alcohol.
We just need to make sure whenever it's sent back in that we make sure it's being used for what it says it's supposed to be used for. I mean, otherwise they don't get the money.
But if we don't tell them up front, they front the
They
money.
get a packet and it tells them exactly
Okay,
what they can spend it on, what they can't.
okay.
They
So,
have to prove it up when they come get the money.
Right, they have to
Yeah.
give you receipts and show before they get their money, so.
but we need to know, don't there, no alcohol sharing in our notes.
So all is requested except GISD's no, Worcesters no, Parks and Council's 13-1, and Council's 25. All the rest is as
The bottom three change, 55 changes to 25, 12 changes to 0, 30 changes to 0. Is that what you got? That's the same thing. I mean, everybody follow me? We all good? I'm not making a mistake here somewhere?
Good by me.
I'm making sure our scribes are good.
Yep.
So I've quit taking notes. I can't take notes. Okay. And I'm working off of this sheet right now. Only thing I'll fit, the next one's the county judge's transfer of funds from him to admin. If that's legal, I don't see any issues. Anybody else?
Well, the deal on that is if we get a 3%, that goes away.
Okay. All right. So it's going from about $5,200 to about a $1,200 increase. That's what you intended to do. Okay. So clarification there. You got it, Sharon?
That's a caveat there.
There's,
It's
under the
one-
county
it's
judge, he
either
was
or.
gonna transition some money over to, his admin assistant out of his salary for $5,200. But if the 3% goes through for all employees, then, that, he doesn't make that transition. Okay. I guess,
Providing we
Marcy,
get
you're sitting here for a
3%.
reason, I guess.
No, I came to see if y'all had any questions, because I know the other day there was a couple of questions, but I just wanted to see if there was anything you need me to clarify.
we haven't talked about hers yet. Did we talk about the special deputy caveats?
We have not.
Okay. All right.
What number is
450.
450?
Yeah, we talked about it, pretty sure. Well, and I can find her on this sheet too. District clerk. Request to keep the part-time records and general fund continue to fund the records management fund. The records management fund, Marcy, by continue to fund it, you mean this is the last year of the contract, right?
That is correct. In January, that'll be the last payment on that.
And we have no reason to, as far as I know, it's probably in the budget.
As far as I know.
I mean, it's part of the contract, right? We signed up.
Yeah.
As far as I know, that was all part of that still,
Yeah,
yeah. I
okay.
just included it, you know, 'cause
When was that contracted?
I'm sorry.
When was that contracted?
Oh, it's been years, Judge.
That's what I was thinking.
And there was
5 years, I think.
well, we just extended it by 2 or 3, but it started way
It
back.
started way back, but it
Yeah.
didn't get started on the project. But anyway, the project's completed. Everything's back already.
So, but we still owe payment.
We owe one payment.
Look, but it's
Right.
done, because I think you told me it's been done.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
so,
Yep.
so we owe payment. Request for 5% employees, I expect you'll get what everybody else gets there. There was a request for the $2,000 for the deputies plus fringes. Were you guys on that?
You know, well, on that, I was kind of looking at, you know, because if we're looking at clerks, and it just based on clerk as a clerk, that clerk out at the jail makes $10,500 more than my clerks.
Yeah.
So I was asking just for a $2,000 base salary for each one of them
Yeah.
as a deputy adjustment.
Yeah. I don't.
It's a tough one, because everybody in the courthouse wants that.
Yeah, yeah. I personally ain't on board with that just because we're gonna have to start, all clerks are gonna become deputies and all deputies are gonna get raises, and I don't want to do yours just because somebody at the sheriff's office makes X, because I'm not sure that's an accurate number. I mean,
Yeah, and actually, it's $10,500 more is what that position actually pays, and it's a records, warrant records clerk is what it is. But the responsibility level for that is not the same if you do justifications on the clerk. What was that? What TAC was talking about, you know, equal pay for equal, you know, positions. And if, you know, if that's the case, the duties of my clerks are actually more than what that clerk position is. So I don't know. I don't know how we, you know, talk about where equal paid for equal jobs, you know, on that. And if that's the case, then that,
it's been that way like 6, 7 years, right?
It was actually under with Compton, but what happened is that there was a dispatcher that came over to do that, and they changed it into just a clerk and no longer a dispatcher, but never adjusted the salary back to a clerk's pay. So that position's been paying that way for quite some time.
So it's an anomaly in itself.
A dispatcher is not doing it.
Oh, I understand. I'm saying it may very well be
And it's something that
incorrect.
should have been adjusted several times whenever, you know, people left the position, you know, but it hasn't been.
Yeah.
So-
And we may get an opportunity to deal with that in the future. But my thought was, I don't need to go fix everybody else to bring them into something that's probably not accurate.
So, and just saying, you said something about TAC. So did you reach
So
out to
the-
TAC on that?
Well, no, whenever they came up and did that, I think Gary sat in with Janice and so forth at that meeting when it was, the workshop for supervisors and stuff, and they were talking about the equal pay for equal duties, equal pay act, and that if you pay one person this, then you have to pay the other person, equal pay for equal duties.
And I think, and we've said this before, and we ain't never gonna probably do it, but until we get job descriptions.
Oh, I know,
I mean-
and ours have all been done, you know, and everything, but, you know, and I know that's been going on for years, back to Freeman, I believe,
20 years.
at least, so.
I mean,
They're
but-
talking about doing salaries and you know,
Salary
surveys and
surveys,
stuff.
Excuse me just a minute.
Don't leave, Judge.
Well, I've got to go make a phone call.
Oh,
So,
Hey,
but
John.
anyways, basically, I was here just if you had any questions. I know there was a question regarding my,
travel, and we
Conference
left
up-
that at the 1,000.
okay, perfect.
That
Because, you know,
stayed. But, and again, at what point do we look at this part-time records clerk if we're getting caught up on some of that?
Well, we're not all the way back to the 1920 yet, so we're not, I mean, who comes in and plays around with her job, she sits at that desk and like she did 8 years last year, and that's a lot.
That's really the top line item when we was talking about the annual payment. The annual payment's down there on continued fund, the records management contract, so different line item. Okay. I don't have anything, you guys have anything else for Marcia?
I just wanted to make sure if y'all had any questions, because I knew that was brought up the other day, and I just wanted any clarification. And that's basically so I can send Janice to the CGIS workshop, because if what I'm hearing is, you know, with Pam, is that we're gonna have to be on top of that if she's not gonna, you know, we've got to start getting that training for CGIS, so,
That's my point. We
okay, we're good.
sort of something drastic happening between now and September, that's in there.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just what I had a question about, so just to make sure everything was good and that you had understood what, because I think it was questioned whether I could do some of it virtual. I would love to do it virtual, to be quite honest with you, but our association doesn't allow for that. The only thing that is virtual that we could do, and that's just the Public Information Act stuff that, you know, any of us all have to watch and stuff like that, but those are the only ones that are out there for my.
I don't know, I didn't see you walk in, but
Yeah, I was gonna say.
that's not Pam.
I don't know where you are. Leave it where, use the source
Sneaky.
now. I mean, it's gonna be a debate, you know, I think we try to get 3 in a row.
We did a 10-minute break and stop the feed for 10 minutes. Can I
Acting
make-
as the judge momentarily while he's out, I'd suggest we take a 10-minute break.
Sounds good. Deposit.
Gotcha, get,
At 11:32. Reconvene. Are you
Wait,
ready, Pam?
Nope.
Are you ready?
No.
It is Pam.
I know, she's getting
Keep
so
switching on.
confused. That's good that it was just one.
Did I get the wrong case?
Oh, we got to wait on,
Okay.
we got to wait on Sharon now. Here she comes.
There she is.
Sharon, what's the number for emergency management? You got it up top here?
I'm recording it.
You're ready?
So it's emergency
Okay, we're going to reconvene at 11:48. We're back in session. All right, what did I miss that we need to talk about after Marcy got through? Any solutions come from that conversation?
No changes.
No changes, okay.
No,
So
no.
everything is just as she has requested then?
No,
What?
no.
What?
She didn't get any special raises.
Oh, okay, okay.
She
Now,
got
I
her
said that
travel,
wrong.
yeah, she got her travel, and that was what she said she was concerned about for sure was her travel.
Yeah, I said that wrong.
Okay, I'm on this sheet right now looking at emergency management, request for part-time employee to help with storm shelters at $5,000. Right? Yeah, and then here's something on a telephone for $2,000. Line item decreased telephone by $2,000. So, he's had a part-time in the past.
What are you on?
How about 407,
Oh, tell me the name.
emergency management?
Okay.
407.
And this is off of this list, guys, off his wish list.
Yeah, that's where I was getting to, is on the wish list.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start there and then we'll move over to budget.
Okay.
'Cause- And then we get through that, maybe we can do lunch. So, anybody see that part-time's a showstopper?
Is that, yeah, no, because it can be paid with grant funds. I wonder if that grant has been approved.
Well, we can make it contingent upon it being approved.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can budget for it.
Do what, Matt?
We can, but
I didn't hear what he said.
I was asking if that storm shelter grant had been approved.
In parentheses, it says can be paid with grant funds. And what we should do is budget it contingent upon the grant, because if we didn't get the grant, we wouldn't need it. Okay? All right. The fire departments is they're not in emergency management, they're in fire marshal, I guess. 543? Is that what you said, Sharon? You jumped a bunch, didn't you? 543. Come on, header, where are you? There's about a $65,000 increase in fire departments.
How's that divided or whatever?
We've got 3,000 additional dollars for the proposals. We're giving them $17,000 per department times 10 or 11 departments. So that's 33,000, I think. And then there's $35,000 in radios. That's 68,000. And then the funds, the run funds have gone up. The concern I have with any of that is we've kept all the other departments flat for the most part. We know we can raise revenues 3.5%. We've cut the sheriff's office cars, we cut EMS, a rescue squad. we made cuts to county operations, and we're proposing a 25% increase to fire departments.
Well, the way I look at the fire departments is this. First of all, being volunteers, they don't have to be there, number one. Number two, they're always kind of the forgotten leg of the sheriff's department, EMS, and the fire departments. I'm personally for letting them have whatever they are asking for this time. And feel lucky that we have them to do what they're doing.
We've said a whole lot about being fair and stuff, Judge.
Oh, well.
The total ask is 101,000.
What?
The total ask is 101,000.
Yeah, there's 40-some thousand, but I tell you what, y'all ain't gonna like it, some of you, I don't think, but I think we leave them just where they were last year. Just like we did everything else that's not a county-funded thing, especially because we've already started cutting counties. We know this is the least amount of money we've had in revenues in forever. Like we whacked EMS by about 500,000 time we took his vehicle and some other stuff. And we had some unexpected expenses in an assistant director, an increase to a director, and then an increase to the jail nurse. So I'm all about helping and funding and stuff, Judge, but I think this is one we push out a year hoping that we recover our Freeport tax monies. So
It's
that's where I'm at on that one.
You know, and it's a tough one.
I kind of think that's, I mean, they're very important. I agree 100%, but if we can stay where we are right now, I think we'd be, I think that's kind of where we need to be.
You think what?
Need to stay where they are.
We're not
where we
reducing
were
them any,
last
we're
year.
not abandoning the ship.
Reducing nothing, we're just
I'm
holding.
And I'm the same way. I was a fireman for 9 years and probably will be again here pretty quick. And, you know, it's hard, and I know that the fundraising's hard and everything, but, you know, $3,000 isn't going to change the fact that they're going to have to do their fundraisers. So, you know, I think we stay where we're at because we don't have the revenues for it. And I hate that, but, you know, like, it's just
What is
tough.
their total ask for fire departments?
101,000.
And it was just a pretty hefty increase.
Actually, it's more than
But what
25%
is the
increase.
increase?
Well, it's
25%.
Well, it's over 25.
Over
68 was 25%, 101 is nearly 50%.
Yeah, it's over 25%.
You're saying the increase is 101.
When we
Yes.
can't increase our revenues more than 3.5%, and we can't even see that, you know, like that's not even a justifiable ask, you know.
Yeah.
And our revenues are down. That's just the facts. It's not being for or against fire department, because I'm for them and I'll up my donation to them, but it just sucks, you know. It's a tough one, and that one pulls at my heartstrings, but the more important thing is, sitting in this seat, we have to worry about the purse strings, and the purse strings don't make any sense on that. Like I said, it's not gonna make it or break it, you know.
And we're gonna get some calls, we need to be prepared but we made some tough decisions. A lot of us got ties to CASA and Abigail's Arms and all those things, and we made some decisions. I support all those organizations, but this is another one that it needs to go. We need to leave it just where it was.
You know, and I don't agree with you saying that they're forgotten. I don't agree with that part, but
What you say?
I just saying the judge, I didn't agree with them that they're forgotten.
No, they're
The
not
forgotten
forgotten.
arm is the
Yeah,
county.
no, that's not true. That's incorrect.
I can see why you say that, but I don't agree. I mean,
Well, you know, once again, I think they've always been undercut since
and they always will.
way back when.
We can never compliment what they're worth, Judge, and they know that, and that's the reason they're volunteers. You know, they do it because it's a community
Don't.
service.
I don't want to don't say that. Just because they're volunteers, they don't, that's what it sounds like. Well, they're
What I say.
volunteers, so they don't,
No, he said we can't compensate them for what they're worth.
That's what I said, we
That's
can't
why
pay them
they
for what they're
volunteer.
worth. You know, and they, that's.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying anything
No, it's not anything
negative.
negative, I mean,
Just
Judge, I-
appreciate the heck what they do. I mean,
most of us on this court have put in thousands of hours volunteering at something, and we did it because we wanted to do it. I mean, everybody here, I think, has done some type of either volunteer fire, volunteer law enforcement, you know. But anyway.
I was thinking about this the other day, you know, I've watched the state funding increase a whole lot too, you know. It seems like every department in the county, you know, has gotten better equipment, better apparatus based on state funding, which has been really good. You know,
Adam, what
whenever
they
I
say-
was first fireman, they had, you know, old trucks, old gear, you know, now it seems like there's always some kind of state grant. Thank God for the state grants, you know.
And this year, Adam, I was visiting about it the other day, 236 million or 236 billion that the states put aside for grants. We need to get them hammering,
Million.
million, yeah.
well,
We
they've
need
been
to,
sitting on several billion.
what do you think, Adam?
That special tax down there for volunteer rural fire departments. They've been sitting on that for 20-some years. There's no telling how much is in there.
But they
And
get
they need to
real,
divvy that out a little bit.
I'm sorry, Adam,
I said they get real picky on what you get.
yeah. But it still offsets their cost.
I'm saying thank
Yeah,
God
I
for
mean,
that,
it
or
absolutely
it'd be
does
worse.
offset their cost. But, I mean, everybody's expense has gone up, and ours, I mean, more than most, and some of it we couldn't control. I mean, these nurses and directors and insurance and equipping our own EMS.
A lot of that is match. I mean, just a tanker now is 400,000. Well, you got to come up with 10%. You got to come up with 40 grand.
Yeah.
Some of them guys don't. I mean, they don't have 40 grand because their operations,
Yeah.
their insurance, their fuel, the buildings, and everything just adds up. Electric bills. And I get it.
I mean, I wish that more of them would do what Valley View and them's done, where you can donate $1 a month voluntarily to your water provider, and that adds up. But, I mean, it's gonna take some creative thinking, but again, everybody's counting on better revenues next year. So some of it, we're pushing down the road. So, all right, guys, what do y'all want Sharon to write down? I'm hearing
I think
3,
it
2,
needs to
maybe,
stay.
huh?
Myself, I think it needs to stay as it was last year. We're not cutting nothing, we're not increasing.
That's where I'm at with it.
That's where Jason's at, that's where I'm at. Judge, Adam,
What about the radios?
absolutely, that would be the number one thing I would cut.
Would be what?
The number one thing I would cut out of all that.
Okay.
I got a text on
And most of them that are excited about 700 has gone off and bought 700. And
so is that 35, that's the 35,000 is purchase one mobile radio per department? Okay, so that's a whole total 35,000?
but you can't buy it, it depends on,
Yeah, that's
Well, our
what,
deal was that we could get a few of them in some of our command trucks to where we can have some operability. Some of us have went out on our own and done it, but, you know, the city gives us about 80,000 a year. I mean, not all of them are that way. I mean,
yeah, a smaller department.
you got, when you're out there working with them guys, you gotta be able to communicate with all of them.
well, and the problem is, it's not that we can't communicate with all of them. Everybody can talk on fire. Everybody's got a channel that's
Yeah, but when
designated.
you're on a wreck and you're trying to get a hold of a sheriff's deputy because he's an eighth of a mile up there and he's not on Beat Fire 21, he's on SO primary.
But our biggest issue there was Valley View, wasn't it? And they've got radios. You guys are big supporters.
Well,
Y'all got radios.
it's countywide. I mean, I ain't saying just Valley
I
View
mean,
has that issue.
what's going to happen, what I suspect is a couple of you departments is going to get it, and then some of the other departments are going to have to get them because you guys have got them. And $35,000, I mean, and if we were gonna, and I'm just opposed to it. I don't need to rehash all this. But it's, we tried to give them radios, and they ended up in emergency operations centers. And it
Is there anything this year that is added expense that the departments haven't seen before that you can think of? Is there any reason for an increase in? No, they don't get enough as it is. Insurance?
It's going up. Just same way
insurance
ours
gone
did.
up, fuel's gone down. There's several things, Judge, but we have the same scenario in the budget we're trying to fund for the county. I mean, that's part of the problem.
And I can tell you this coming up, as soon as it gets dry, we have a lot of fuel out there.
Yeah.
People are gonna have to.
You're talking about though,
Yeah.
you're talking about grass fuel though, not.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm talking about,
Yeah.
I mean, that grass is,
Yep.
there is a lot of people, I mean, it's just pastures that, you know, they don't graze or it's just desolate. They don't live here or whatever, and it's gonna get, I'm afraid it's gonna be a rough winter. Fall to winter.
So are we 3-2 on this? Is that where we're at?
Well, so what does the increase in insurance cost the county this year?
You talking about health insurance for us? You
Yeah.
talking about insurance for fire departments?
Well,
I mean, what are you talking about?
let's talk about insurance for the fire department.
Well, we're paying that too.
So we pay workman's comp.
We pay workers' comp for it.
Right, workman's comp. But,
That doesn't come out of their money.
okay. I'm looking for something to give them something.
Well, we're giving them $239,000. That's something.
I know, but
You're,
I understand, Judge, it's a hard one, but like, I mean, you know, you're talking about all the other things being fair and due, and we have to make
I
a
know.
decision on this money because
I know.
it's hard, it all goes hand in hand. And like I said, I'm with Adam, I'm a fireman too, and they're wearing me out every single day to come back, you know. I'll get a phone call when I leave here, well, since you ain't giving us any more money, I need you to come back 5 hours, you know, and I get it. It hurt, it's a tough one. It's the toughest decision, you know,
I mean,
for me. And it pulls out a lot of guys that I'm damn good friends with, you know, all around the county. So,
but most of them, if they're true friends, they understand you're trying to be a good steward of everybody's money, because like you said, Judge, it's not our money. And, you know, but anyway,
so,
just leave it as is.
so, what does the DA ask for this year? An increase.
well,
Does
hang
he
on,
ask for an increase?
before we go into the DA's office, we need to give her something for the fire department.
Okay, well, I'm getting to it, okay?
Well,
First
two
of all,
different
answer
deals.
that question.
No, it's two different deals, Judge.
No, it's not two different
It
deals.
looks to me like it's 3-2 is what it looks like for now.
The
Oh,
radios as is,
the departments,
same budget as 25.
you pull, yeah, it stays exactly as what they're operating on this year.
What number is the DA's office?
476.
What was it?
476?
But he hadn't changed his trial expense, Judge. It's
Do what now?
Trial expense is still 30,000. He hadn't went up on that. We discussed this morning.
We did. 476, but what did go up overall?
The subscription
The-
deal that he did, that we
Okay.
approved.
I think the bottom line's up because it's got a 3% raise included in it. I mean, I don't see anything that they've
That
gone
and
up on.
subscriptions,
Yeah.
that's the two things. I don't see a
No,
thing.
There's nothing. You got the DA in your head for some reason.
Well, I do. That's no secret. So, when we say that everything's equal, that's not exactly true. If everybody in the county gets a 3% raise, fire department's getting nothing. What's even about that? Like I say, I'm looking for
Well,
something to
but-
give to the fire department.
But that was, we're talking about 3% raise for the employees. We didn't give any raises for the other outside
Right,
agencies.
right.
That's the only other one would be the other outside agencies, and we kept them the same as
That
last
don't
year.
work for us, by the way, the fire departments do.
Right?
I can't debate that kind of
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah,
Leave it like it is, Sharon.
I care deeply about it too. I said it 10 times.
Leave it like it is, Sharon.
By like it is, it's, you're clear what that means.
Same budget as fiscal year 25.
Okay. You guys want to take a break, Judge? You want to go
That
lunch?
sounds like a good
Talking about a
idea.
lunch break?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, why not?
Back at 1?
Oh, gosh, that's too early. How about 1:30?
I don't need
You tack it on
1:30.
the afternoon.
Do what?
Just have to tack it on to the afternoon.
Right.
And I don't need hour and a half personally, but
I don't either.
All right, well, what time? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock it is. We're gonna break right now at this time at 12:08. Be back at 1 o'clock. All right, it is 1:01, and we will reconvene from the lunch break. We're back in session. All right. Who's up?
Guys, I started at the top, just trying to scroll through, and so, because we've been skipping around, and see if we've missed anything, and right now, in my scrolling, I'm just down to EMS, and so far, so what I'm gonna do is pick up and let you guys weigh in too. We've talked to both constables, right? Or talked about both constables' positions.
Say that again?
I'm just kind of scrolling through, Matt, to confirm that we've at least talked to them up to this point, or this group in this last day or two. We've done the constables, right? We talked to those and marked those up. We went through the sheriffs.
Are you saying we have done the constables today?
No, I'm saying between the other day and this
okay.
day.
I got you.
We have, is what I'm thinking.
We have.
The juvenile probation, we usually don't get much to do with that anyway.
She usually doesn't ask for much either.
Yeah, she doesn't, so I don't, that's one I don't think we've actually looked through line by line, but hers is usually beds at Tri-County and stuff. Nothing jumps out.
Right.
Adult probation, highway patrol, we talked about that one. We're gonna drop the radar and add the 7%.
Right.
Courthouse security, that's the sheriffs, and that's, nothing changed there that I can see. What's that? Oh, okay. K-9 unit, like I said, I'm just scrolling through what's on the computer. So if y'all see something, rural septic, we talked to that one. Subdivisions, we're not gonna do that special raise on subdivisions. Right?
Nope.
Okay. Child welfare,
What number is that?
640. Looks like their 2025 budget was 5,500. They've spent 1,800 so far. My suggestion there was leave them where they were last year, or this current year.
That works.
All right, we talked to all the 645s and made adjustments to that. 650 Shelley stuff on, I think. And 650? 650's library, okay. Because I was seeing some line items there. Looks to me every line pretty much is the same as last year. And on our special request, it was for the,
Did Shelley give you any instructions or anything?
no, I'm sorry, I was
Oh,
wrong.
I'm
This is a
sorry.
library,
Okay.
She asked for a raise that everybody asked for. She asked for the diaper changer. I think we do the diaper changer. Personally, I'd hold off, and if we're gonna upgrade water fountains, do them all at the same time.
That's good.
Okay. County extension. I don't see a change for the most part from last year. Anybody see any line item changes there? Looks like they got the 3%, went from 146 to 150.
Let me ask you this.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Extension agent, we have one now.
He's in here, should be,
Is he?
yeah.
Okay. So that would be a change from last year anyway.
Well, we budgeted 3,000 for him last year, and thinking if he was here, I think we budgeted for him.
Okay.
But I think the agent that you're talking to is 665, 425, the line item. And there's 3,000 in there, and the last 2 years, he didn't spend any money because he wasn't here, so I'm guessing that's who we're talking about, so.
Well, we'll start with that then.
So the state
Go
pays
with that. Yeah.
the extension agents.
Right.
Salaries,
Right.
yeah, yeah. Now, and when we end up picking up a considerable amount of money, as far as we subsidize, if you notice, there's $150,000 in salaries and stuff in there. But I think that's pass-through money, and the state send us a check. Yeah, we supplemented that. Oh, and health insurance and everything else, yeah, okay. So 150,000 in addition to what the state gives them. Game warden, no changes. Ray Roberts, P and Z. Did y'all go up for something there? Jason? $450?
I think because the legal notices, it just costs us more money.
That makes sense.
We're sending out more. We have to post them in the paper, so.
310, is that money we collect through the state? License plates and stuff like that, license registration? What's 310? I'm on, that's 011, 310. Tax, yeah, but it ain't me, unless that's revenues. Am I on the revenue sheet budget? No, because that ain't me. I mean, it's not my normal, because this is talking about other financial sources, interfund transfers. That's not my budget. I get the, okay. Now we're to me. Y'all with me on the spreadsheet? I don't have any changes there that from when I submitted it. It looks like for some reason, Adam, you're up, well, yeah, looks like Adam's up next for some reason. No, there's Jason. Okay. Anybody want to look at any of y'all's? Make any changes?
Mine's pretty much the same.
Jason?
I need to get the number from her that I can put in the contingency.
Okay, but we got to.
Yeah, we got a while on that.
It's my understanding on Monday, Chelsea, we're just gonna adopt a proposed budget, is the verbiage, right?
You just approve the proposed budget.
Or approve the proposed.
We
It's-
approve it, we're
and-
not
but-
adopting it.
And then
Yeah, we approve.
Friday, we will, someone will put it, file it with Pam's office.
Okay, but, I mean, we all know it's not final, but come Monday, which we want to get our verbiage right, we're adopting the proposed budget. Okay, so we get through the commissioners, then we get to these other breakouts is just supporting documentation, I'm guessing, for accounting. Excuse me. Then we get to 570. We worked on 570 at some point in time. What's 570? I'm sorry, 020. 020, 570. Okay. 020 is where I'm looking at. There it is. Juvenile probation. All those lines are blank on mine. So, okay. Juvenile. Surely we're not through them all. That'd be amazing. Okay, so now I'm on 28. Okay. Some of them notes, some of them don't, so it's reading, it looks Greek. District clerk, that's 26, that's her, restoration stuff. See, it looks like, guys, we owe one more payment of $309,000 in restoration.
That'll be paid out,
We think this is, I think she said this is the last payment.
it'll be paid out in FY '26, or is it gonna get paid out before this budget?
No, I think it pays out in 26, not,
Yeah.
yeah, it pays out in 26. That's because we done a year or so extension on her.
If we can pick that up next year, that'd be nice.
Yeah, if we don't recontract it. Why did I run off the page? Is anything below 38, Sharon, that we need to, that's an individual department? You're thinking?
District preservation archive, clerk preservation archive.
Courthouse security, yeah, which we don't touch. District clerk records management. Man, if we'd have known this, we could have just left at lunch, huh?
The district clerk, what was it, 300, how much?
No, it's 309,000, but it's contract, it's under contract, gotta pay it.
Okay, and it, all 309,000 is due at one time?
Yes,
this
sir.
year?
Yes, sir.
It couldn't be
No, sir.
like, okay.
Can't spread it out. We've paid 309,000 for the last 4, 5, or 6 years. And
Now, okay.
like I said, that's the reason I say we need to.
Start ask.
Yeah, no, and that goes back to, at some point, do we need to be as aggressive with our preservation as we have been? We got maybe other things more pressing.
But now it's done.
Well, no. it
Well,
just
when it's
went
paid
back
for.
to 1980 or something. Yeah. Whatever the number was earlier.
How do you stand, Pam, on your preservation?
Well, I collect all that preservation money, does not come out of the general fund, of course.
Yeah.
So I.
Oh, that's right, you pay for it as we go.
I collect $180,000 a year.
Yeah,
just in
yeah.
Two funds, but anyway, so I
And that-
have to use it for preservation. If I don't, then we can't collect it anymore.
Right,
And I could be, there's still enough books to preserve for another 10 years probably.
okay.
I'll say in 10 years, probably we'll stop collecting it. So when you go file a deed, it'll cost you $5 this one page instead of 25.
I'm not too worried about what I'm gonna be doing 10 years from now.
But yeah, there's a lot of books still. A lot of old commissioner books have to be restored still or preserved,
Right.
maybe scanned. So,
Okay, y'all wanna pass through and take a look to make sure we didn't miss one, or y'all ready to move on? Let's go for just a second, let's make sure we've gone through all of these sheets.
I can't think of anything we missed.
There's just so many, it's,
We haven't talked DA yet.
we've talked EA. You got the big seal, girl. I can see that. County judge, emergency management, non-departmental. Here's his replace his sockets and stuff on the old EMS. It's under non-departmental. Building maintenance, person, EMS, fire marshal, constable 1 and 2. I wasn't here for the constable precinct 1. We didn't approve paying reserve deputies $25 or $50 for call-outs, did we? That was the wish list.
I don't remember.
It doesn't appear Shelley included it. And he's asked for a $5,700 pay increase, and I'm guessing we'll do that just like we do all the rest of them. I think the only thing that we may not have some tentative agreement on, tentative operative word, that's me, I hit it here, is the EA, Judge, which you mentioned.
Right. That's all I can think of right offhand. You ready for that?
We've hashed it and rehashed it. I mean, the
Did me and
problem.
Brandy either mention that we're both giving up our stipend? I don't think either of us mentioned that, but we are both giving up our stipend pay.
Yeah, when I
If we're
turned,
getting it.
yeah, we talked about that last year. Whenever I've been turning the numbers, I had that
Yeah.
1,000 figured in.
The biggest problem I have, if you want to make a business decision out of that, not a I feel, I think, touch me type decision, you got to know what it's going to cost. We don't have that number. And then you got to know what your potential income is from the other entities, so we don't have that number. So how in the world could we make a decision to absorb a cost? I mean, if you're really doing business, if I was paying for it out of my pocket, I wouldn't buy it without knowing real numbers. And several of us have tried to put together real numbers, and that's a pretty good challenge.
It is.
I mean,
So Brandy's full-time and you're part-time, could not handle the job. Those two.
I can't answer that because I don't do Brandy's part. Hers is what's full-time. My part is just 4 months before the election and election, you know. So on a year like this year, you know, yes, for my part, a full-time part-time can handle it because I pretty much handle it almost on my own. I mean, my girls do help me do quite a bit, but they're doing it full-time. I'm doing it part-time,
Right.
you know.
Right, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so
If it-
that part, that Brandy would really have to answer that, whether it would have to be
I know
2
they
full-time and a part-time.
Register every day and all that.
Right, so I just
Is
don't
that-
know.
8 hours a day, or is it 4 or 5, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
Does
know,
it-
exactly.
I don't
exactly.
know what it takes.
Right.
I think, Pam, if you and Brandy got together and discussed the process and could give us some idea as to whether or not you're part-time and her full-time, and we could call them something like an election specialist and truly devote them to that. You guys keep your stipend because you'd still be responsible ultimately. But, I mean, if we can't do something like that and keep it within our supervision, I don't know how we get there.
That would work. And I think Shelley said we couldn't do that because either that specialist is gonna have to be paid from my office or her office. How can they do both jobs? I think we talked about that last year. I thought Shelley said we couldn't do that.
I don't know why we couldn't do that.
I think only if my office, which I talked about doing that one time, took the responsibility of the voter registrar, and I don't have a place for that, and I wouldn't do it anyway.
But
really
it's,
change. I would-
but the advantage is if we keep it under our control, it's general fund money, we ought to be able to figure out how to pay it. I mean, if we just decrease yours by X amount, hers by X amount, y'all's budget, total budget, like we take the part-time out of yours and we take it out of Brandy's or her full-time out and create a department if we had to.
That's
mean-
what an election administrator is creating a department.
Well, it is, but
They still
in this
have to
case,
come to court to approve everything,
it's,
so I just don't know.
but in this case, it's a county employee under control of the 2 elected officials that were designated, and a whole bunch less money, Because, I mean, you've given me quite the list of stuff that regardless who's doing it's gotta pay for, ballots and programming and all that stuff.
And you're right, to me, it's not, I think y'all can't look at it like how much money are we gonna make, it's just a decision so these elections can be run efficiently with the department running them, instead of me trying to run my office in Brandy and do elections. It's
Yeah.
very, very difficult to do.
Yeah,
You wouldn't even understand unless you've seen what I have to do.
yeah. But at some point, you're gonna give it up, and if you could give it up right now to a county employee and train them, you train your part, Brandy trains her part, her person already may know that part, it's, I mean,
I wouldn't be responsible for the elections and have somebody else doing all that work. I wouldn't. I've already had someone go help me do it, and I had to go back and redo a bunch of stuff because it's so complicated. Half the precincts get scanners, the other half don't. Some of them have special needs, the other one don't. There's just, every precinct's not the same when you're setting up supplies and setting up the poll books and everything. Everything is very, very complicated, to say the least.
and I'm, you know me, I'm
So I would
never
do-
taking away from what you do. But, because we don't know, it could turn out into a $200,000 expense. And we've had conversations that you may have entities that commit to pay, but if they don't do an election that year, they don't pay. But the
That's not
salary
how
and
it
benefits
works,
and all,
yeah.
they're still there. I mean, I don't know. I personally wouldn't do business that way. If I didn't know what it was costing me and what my return on investment was, I might
Your
commit.
return is to have very
You're not gonna have any
secure,
return. period.
organized
Well,
elections for your
and the real problem
voters.
is, Pam,
Y'all have to
you
run.
know who I'm hearing from that wants this? I don't have a single person calling me that says, we need an election administrator, other than people that's doing the job.
I see that the other day, there were people
Well-
saying, yes, we need, oh yeah, the people that came.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Part of the answer to that is that Brandy and Pam do such a good job administering all the elections that people just take it for granted. When Pam's gone and Brandy's not around, what then? And we do hear from the cities, when are we gonna get our training? When are we gonna learn how to do, where's our EA? When are we gonna get an EA?
The one thing I haven't heard from all the cities asking for this is how they plan to help us pay for it.
Well,
It's
that's,
the county's gotta pay
that's,
for it,
that's
the
gotta
county's
be,
gotta pay for it.
that's
When I
gotta
go
be
into
part of the
Walmart,
decision.
I
well,
understand,
but we
when I-
don't have that number, Judge. Who's gonna go get that number? Because Pam has tried to get to that number, basically.
We've
And
never
what
done
we're
it.
finding is what's really being paid by these cities right now.
Yeah.
Can I read this stuff, Pam?
No, yeah, that's
I
on
mean,
public record.
This is what they've been paying, and really the only line that matters here is this 10%, right? Here is Slidell ISD, $23.
They have 7 voters, in our
Okay.
district, so you
Uh,
I don't wanna overcharge them
Yeah,
for 7 voters.
but
And
here's,
they don't even vote.
but didn't you say, we just can't go put a number out there? We can only charge them a certain percentage. We can't say, you have to.
Every county, there's not a statute on how you charge your entities. Every county does it different. That's been a struggle for me, trying to figure out how do I charge these entities. I try to just do it as fair as possible, like a percent. So that's what I use. I use how many voters they had compared to how many voters were in that precinct that they voted, and that's how I got that number.
But you still can't just go out and throw, hey, you gotta pay $3,500 a year.
I don't think we couldn't find anything on that.
Yeah,
And
there's
most
no-
counties don't do. There were that, like I said, that one, and I don't know how they did that.
Here's Callisburg ISD, $344. So I'm to $370 or something.
Calisburg, are you sure? We never
Callis-
paid only 300.
Callisburg ISD, 10% administrative fee,
Oh, you're talking about this 10%.
$344.
Okay, I thought you were just talking about the full amount.
Here is Erie Independent School, $301. GISD, a big one, $358.
So some of them, though, you gotta look at, when there was a May election, and I'm not having an election, that fee is just them basically renting our express vote. That's all them fees are. So we're not really doing anything. That's just, but when they have an election with us, we have to split what the county normally has to pay. And it helps us because instead of us paying the full $20,000 for programming the machine, each entity's helping with that program if they're having an election with us. I have never run an election where I'm just running the election for them entities. Like say their May election, say if I was running there, I've never done that because I don't run their elections, they do.
But,
And
but,
we
but
just- they
regardless
just-
of how you done it, if we were involved in it, these are the numbers. I mean,
No,
Right.
because not really, because if we're running their elections and we're not having an election, then we can, and y'all need to vote on that. I don't charge them rent for the machines. We can. Years ago, when we first got the express vote machines, well, it wasn't express vote back then, it was Automarks, but Bill Freeman chose not to charge rent. Most counties charge rent. We can start charging rent on the machine, so that would be money the county, besides the 10%, that the county will be making. I don't know how much y'all would have to set that fee of
10%, can I see
what
that
you wanna
visual
charge
on
renting
one of
them.
the pages?
And then we can charge for having the building, we can, there's a lot of more charges you can put on there than what I've ever done, because I've never ran their elections for them when when I wasn't having an election, if that makes sense.
We have college, we have cities, we have hospital, we have,
Yeah, there's about 20 entities. I
there's,
didn't bring that one in. But, and that's another thing, I don't know if y'all knew this last election, they really struggle because they don't have poll books, they don't have counting machines, so they had to hand count their ballots, and it was a big election. You seen how late the results came in? It was a huge struggle for them to count them ballots.
For the Gainesville?
Huh? Gainesville, Callisburg, they all, because they were having to, their judges worked all day, and then they were counting ballots till almost midnight. Can you imagine?
here's 8 elections, and out of that 8 elections, we collected $1,947. And if we go to one of these places that's been paying $300 a year and say, guess what, you
They will
gotta,
pay more though if I'm not having an election, and that's 50% of that would be the counties probably, and then if we're just running the election, it'll be a way more than that, is what I'm telling you. It'll be more like $8,000.
Okay.
They would be paying us,
Okay.
not $3,000, because
but we just been running some numbers with you giving up a full-time, her giving up a full-time, giving up a part-time, giving up stipends, and we gotta come up with like $170,000.
yes,
And
it's gonna
and you're
cost.
saying if all this increases from 1,900 to 8,000, the county's picking that up. I mean, we can't get to the $170,000
Well,
difference,
no.
or whatever.
No, you're
the
never gonna
numbers
get
were.
to that. I
And so,
agree. Yeah.
I mean, and it's sad, Judge, you're absolutely right, they're doing such a great job. It's working, and it's kinda like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But,
And if we could go countywide voting, it would save the county a lot of money, but that's a huge process that I feel like you're gonna have to,
Could
I
we do
showed the
that without
judge
an EA?
what all you'd have to do.
could we do that without an EA?
No, it's too much.
How does?
Maybe
the
another
count-
clerk will be able to do that. I've looked at what all has to be done, and it's a lot, and I literally would not have the time, because it would take a month to do everything 24/7, and I don't have that kind of, I have to run my office. Y'all don't realize every day this week, it's like, I need to get across the street and work on elections. Stuff just keeps coming up, problems in the office, things come up. I get a records request, and then I don't make it over there. So, like, I am already behind for this election.
And what's sad, everybody's sitting at this table with the exception of the judge, because he doesn't do road and bridge. Every morning when we come in, we're behind. we got crap we can't do. And we just have to deal with it, and we have to tell people no.
But I can't do that. I have, it's not like, oh, I'm not gonna run this election, we don't need this, I can't get it done, so we're just gonna cancel this election.
Yeah.
We're gonna move it till next week. I can't do that.
I don't,
I have to get that done. All that testing has to be done.
if I supported it, I'd have to say, how we gonna pay for it? And somebody's gonna say, well, that's simple enough, and I'm gonna say, what's the number? And they're gonna say, we don't know. Then you always write blank checks?
Yeah, I'm
No,
fine
mean,
with it.
yeah.
I am fine with running the election next year, because I would be pretty much doing it anyway, training someone. So I'm fine with doing it. I just think it's gonna be tough for a new clerk to come in and have to run elections and learn my office.
And sadly, it's that way every time you get a new elected official.
And I know.
I mean,
It is, it's always that way.
I mean-
They have a
unfortunately,
learning
it's-
process, for sure. And
I mean-
and it's all gonna be different anyway in 2020.
all we can do is take another one of those, what do you think? But
I think we should. So I guess
Where do
everybody's.
you keep
in
coming
this.
up with the 170,000 plus the part-time and the full-time? Where's that number coming from?
I'm not, I'm
90, I've heard
not
150, now I'm hearing 170.
I'm sorry.
Said I've heard 90, then I heard 150, and I'm hearing 170.
Yeah, I don't know, Bubba.
What's
But
the question again?
I
So,
don't know why it wouldn't be like 60,
Where's the number coming
70,000.
from on
The
top
other
of
day-
the?
the other day that
Two.
I played with some numbers, so let's say you need a staff member and, I mean, what are we gonna have to pay them? We don't even know that yet. What's the EA gonna make? So I figured at least 80 with benefits.
Benefits maybe. Yeah, Brandy was saying, I was saying, to get somebody experienced from another county to come in, yeah, you would have to.
Well, how
pay
about
them.
125 with benefits if you want to get somebody
Now,
experienced?
but Brandy said no, she put on her budget, what, 60, I think, 50 to 60,000?
So you call it 80 and then they're gonna need a helper.
But
The helper's
that's
gonna
paid
cost
for
at least.
because they're getting it from my office and her office, so that's already paid for. So really, all you're paying is your EA, right?
Okay, well, let me-
Am I
I'm- well, I'm
looking at
doing-
that wrong?
Well,
I
that's
was wondering.
what I
I'm
thought Brandy's person was really would like the job. So her and your part-time, can they not do that? I mean, that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. If it's, that's all they're gonna be doing. The whole year, that's it.
That's
Just
it, just
strictly that. Can they not do that
With a full-time and a,
part-time?
well, an EA and a full-time and a part-time.
No.
I don't know,
The-
that's like I say, that's a Brandy question.
The EA would be per person, and then your part-time person.
And the part-time
Well, she's
attorney,
given up, well, no, she will give up another full-time person, right? She's not just giving up to whoever they're gonna, because she would still hire another person in her office.
no, she just
If-
talking
if she
about giving up
loses
the
a
one that
person.
we gave
She
two
said
or
she
four
would.
elections.
if she hired another person, that puts us further in the
Well,
hole.
no, okay, I'm confused because I thought, okay, you're gonna get an EA just because, what if her girl wasn't going to be the EA and we decide on somebody else?
She's still losing a person.
She's still gonna give away her person and you're still, so see, you're still,
Whether it's the person that she loses gets
Right,
laid
that's what I'm
off or
saying.
takes the new job, it's person, she loses that person.
And
So
she-
so let's say it's gonna take 80. And
For
then the
one
helper's
person.
gonna take 50. That's 130, right? Plus office expenses and all that stuff, call it another 25 minimum, you're 155. Okay? Minus the full-time she's got now where they make
Right, net 50, right?
net 50, and then the $10,000 stipend, we're at 105,000. We're still got, that was, so he was bouncing all over the
And a
place,
part-time on there,
and plus a part-time.
coming on.
And then
Okay,
what's
and a
gonna
part-time.
happen,
Okay,
we're gonna
that's
have
where I was
county
wrong.
paid
So my
employees.
Take
part-time,
off
she's losing
20.
full-time.
That's
You're
where we
gonna hire
were,
an
so,
EA.
so we were at 75 is the number that we were playing with the other day, so we're gonna have to find 75,000, which, you know, is that a whole lot of money? No, but it's a perpetual cost that we really don't even know if we can get, it's just a number to play with, we don't even know if we can hire
And
anybody.
EA is just a title. I mean,
Yeah.
we'd be better off to just hire another employee and keep it under the control of the county, because when we start writing these checks, we don't control it. It's a board, it is not
One
the
of the-
commissioner's court.
One of the concerns I had was, and you weren't there one day when I came over, and I just asked Michelle, just out of curiosity, you know, it's like, right now, whenever we have these two offices doing the election, and, you know, the stuff starts hitting the fan and scrambling, you need help, you got all these two offices to pull some extra help from. If those two officers aren't tasked with the job anymore, will the EA be down to the two people and maybe
They still
another
would have to
part-time?
hire a central count.
Yeah, I mean,
Either they pay us or they hire somebody.
Yeah, so we're gonna
Probably
have
they
to
could
add-
hire somebody to do it and pay them a lot less than they would have to pay our employees, right?
But you have those people to pull from. You have, like, hey, I need some help. Y'all gonna have to work off them, because like, I think you even tell your girls, if you're gonna work for us, you have to work.
Right.
You have to work
And
like,
I'm
they're not
willing to
gonna
do
have
that in
that
my
staff
office.
to pull from.
Right.
You know,
The
so
next
like,
clerk
that's
may not
another
be willing to
concern.
do that, I don't know.
And they might not. I don't know.
But either way, they
I can
just have
see,
to hire
I
somebody.
can see the benefits in it, and in a way, but then the other way, I can see some things that aren't good for the county of our size. But the one thing is, we don't know anything.
We don't have any true numbers. We're pulling them right out of thin air. And what we do know, based on conversation, is these entities don't have to sign up for 35 to 40,000. And I guarantee you, you go to Gainesville who's spending $6,500 a year and tell them we need 25,000, they're gonna say, ain't happening.
But it's easy for these entities to come to us and say, well, you need to hire.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I'm the one that goes to Walmart and I get stopped by 14 people between the front door and produce. Gosh dang, my taxes sure are high this year. I said, well, I do everything we can do to not raise your rate, but like,
well, with the decisions we've already made, they've been very tough. And then say, okay, we're gonna grow government by creating an EA. You know, we save so much money, you know.
I'm
That's-
fine either.
No, I get it.
but I mean, I can see it and I understand why we want it. And there we go. There's some help right there. Somebody's watching YouTube. Somebody's watching YouTube.
But, I mean,
But I just need more. And Gary said it best. If we're going to make a business decision on it, we don't have the numbers to make a business decision. We don't have
Is
the
this our
facts.
information?
Just for that question y'all had earlier for me, how much work they were asking, what was y'all asking? Like how,
I
basically
asked
the
if
employees.
You and her part-time could do it.
elections in its entirety, registration and the rest of it, and everything.
Year-round, y'all, the two of y'all.
Full-time and part-time? It would be hard.
But that's all you did.
How about 2 full-times?
And that's the problem. I don't know what they do and how long it takes, and she doesn't know what I do, so I don't even know how you would really know.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
We
what's-
don't know.
No, I know.
And I will bet money.
I mean, no counties did when they create their
What we're
EAs.
talking
but-
about, we got a person in part-time's gonna do it, it ain't never gonna happen, you know.
Yeah, they always come back and want to move them
And then
full-time.
we're gonna need more people. And right now, where we're gonna put them, we got some office space, but who knows what that means? Computers, phones, I mean, there's some stuff that you pay every time for forms and stuff of that nature, but.
2 full-time.
And see, you didn't know if you could be a commissioner before you were elected.
I had a pretty good idea.
Pretty
on
good
that.
idea. She's got a pretty good idea on whether she can do this or not.
Well, she's telling she can't. But with the
No,
person
she
I
said
had-
she can't tell us exactly, but she's got a pretty good idea.
I would say 2 full-time.
Yeah.
So are you saying, like, hypothetically, if you were the EA, you would need 2 full-time people to help you? Or you and
Or
another
another.
person makes 2 full-time?
I would say a full-time EA and a full-time deputy EA, and then your part-time could be, and then you also have your chapter 19 person too. So
Well,
that
she's
could
the
be-
4.
What is chapter 19?
It's partially
Chapter
funded.
19 is the budget used, that's how we hire a lot of our part-time, in the voter registration office. It's used for multiple things.
So your best estimate is 2 full-time and basically 2 part-time.
Or 1 part-time.
Well, but you, 19, you're gonna use that for part-time, all right?
That would be, I would suggest.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you had, you got two full-time and you got a part-time. Are you gonna pay that part-time out of 19 money, or are you gonna hire another part-time out of 19 money?
I don't know how Pam does it during election season.
And I'm not, that's not a loaded question, I'm just saying, that makes a difference on how we budget, because if we're not budgeting for the part-time, we're two full-times. But if we are budgeting, now we're two full-times and a part-time. And if Pam's already said, if we don't create the EA, she ain't giving her part away.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's true, right? So even if we could come up with an in-house fix, we don't have an in-house fix.
So you would take one full-time from the voter registration office and a part-time from
Right.
the county clerk's
Yeah.
office. So-
And just create an in-house office, not call it an EA. You'd be a specialist that would handle elections.
I
And,
see what you're saying.
but Pam's not comfortable.
Would Brandy, would you be willing to do that? Your office do a specialist and take over? Because the voter registrar can also take over running the election, just like I could take over the voter registration. If Brandy's willing to do that, they could take over the elections, and I'd be here for a year to help.
Well, let's say
And
that,
still give up my part-time person.
Yeah.
let's say that Pam doesn't run again. Pam goes away in a year and a half. Okay, somebody is going to have, if we don't do EA, somebody's gonna have to do what Pam does. Do we know whether anybody can do that or not?
They'd have to. The
Well,
clerk
they'd
would
have to.
The new clerk
That's
is
my-
elected, would have to. It was- you
Well,
wouldn't have a choice
that's
then.
exactly my point.
Most people don't run a run for county clerk because of that.
Well,
But we control that if we got an in-house employee that we train now, you know, and even if we had to make the part-time a full-time, and then if she wants to hire part-time out of her 19 money, then all it would cost us is the difference in a part-time and full-time position.
But we don't call it EA.
But we don't call it an EA, they report to us, and if things go south, we go back and fuss at her, you know.
But that would always be under Brandy's
Right,
office.
it'd be under one, it has to be under one office if you do that.
And if
You're
Brandy
running-
says no, you still don't have an in-house fix. So they're
Right.
pushing you to an EA. And I can't get into this EA stuff. I mean, what it might buy us if we create this in-house thing, it might give us some idea what it's really gonna cost.
That's true.
And how much help we're gonna get from anybody else. But, I mean,
But
And
can
if
we-
you do that, I don't know if they can then run, I don't know how the statute looks like, could they, and I think it'd be your choice if you want to run the May elections for all the entities or not, because it's not an EA. An EA, I think, by law, has to every other year or
The
something.
EA gets to tell them where and when, right?
Well, we got
They
to,
get-
the
the
state
EA
sets the
does.
Yeah,
dates.
the statute.
I mean, it's by statute, the dates of the elections, that's what you're saying, but where to vote and all that, yes, they would control that.
but
But otherwise, if it's not an EA, then they can say, we want, I thought that's what y'all had said.
For the voter registration. What was your question?
Well, I don't know then, no matter what, can you run their May elections? That's what I'd have to.
Yeah, because it would still be under the county clerk umbrella or the voter registration.
Yeah, I think if I wanted to, but I thought when there was a primary, I didn't think I could, even if I wanted to, I didn't think.
do what?
I thought,
I mean, for something you can't do now, why would an EA sign up for it?
because that's all they're doing, they're not a county clerk, that's,
I mean, and the thing
I'd have
is,
to
what
look that up,
services
but
we
I know,
can
I thought I
provide
read
them.
that. There's so
We
much to
provide
read.
them with this new office, and if they don't want them, they don't want them. I mean, we're taking care of county stuff. If they don't want to utilize that setup, they don't use it. They're statutory, they
Oh, they
can't.
will.
But what I'm hearing is if we had somebody take your Brandy stuff, I mean, we're representing the county. But, I mean, at least that we can put our hands around, we know what it's gonna cost us initially to upgrade part-time to a full-time. And then it's just a matter of where we're gonna set them, computers, phones, you know, whatever other expense they generate.
So you're talking two full-time hourly employees, not salary?
Hourly employees. Yeah. But see, we don't have everything we got's hourly. I mean, she's not hourly and Brandy's not hourly.
Elected officials are only salary.
Yeah, we're all salary. Well, yeah, I guess you could call it. Some people wonder if we work.
Would that person that's called the specialist, would she get a raise?
Well, I suspect that would make some sense to,
Because are you willing to do it on what you make now?
She's rethinking it now.
Woo, because that's a lot of responsibility and work for what you think.
It would depend on if your overtime was comp time or if it was paid, because like. if
That's
you
right, 'cause you're gonna
overtime
work a
now,
lot.
It has to be paid, so I don't know legally, like,
Yeah, because you'd have to work a lot of overtime, I promise.
yeah.
Well, see, wait a minute. She's gonna have to use a lot of overtime. We got 2 employees now, full-time, and we're gonna have to pay a bunch of overtime. I'm telling you, we don't know what the number is. We don't know what it's gonna cost.
Because now she is going to be the early voting clerk, and the early voting clerk has to be there when the polls are open.
Uh,
And they're open,
But I'm just saying, we don't, it just goes to the point, we don't know what the number is, you know.
That would be hourly versus salary.
See, I don't think we can make that position salary. See, all our department heads, EMS, emergency management, they're not salary. They're hourly, right? Our department heads are not salary, they're hourly. Okay? Okay, but they're hourly people. So it's, your overtime would be hour for hour, or comp time would be hour for hour. So, but the point I was trying to make is the elected are salary, department heads are hourly.
and mine.
So let me make sure I got this correct here. What you're proposing is that you and one other person working full-time would completely run all the elections for the county, cities, hospital, college, everything else.
They would have to contract with the county to do that.
And they do right now. I'm drawing up 2 contracts right now. Valley View and.
But see, we need to,
Valley View
see,
and
something else we
St.
need to know,
Joe.
Pam, we're doing a contract, but for how much money?
I give them I send them
That
some.
10%, see, that's peanuts. $23, $45, or we need to know.
Well, for St. Joe, yes, because they only have, what, 90 voters?
Yeah, but you still have to put forth the same effort as if it's 10 voters.
Yeah.
You have to buy more paper, but you gotta have the same amount of hours, the same election times and all that.
And we would have the same anyway. If I'm running like this November, I'm still gonna pay the exact amount of money, but because they're having an election, it will reduce our cost.
I get it, but what they're paying is so minimal compared to, I mean, it's $255 for the election, supposedly on that small one, and we got $23. That's 10%. And, I mean, that's not, that $23 pays less than 1 hour labor for an employee. One employee. I mean, and guys, to me, it's about the numbers. It ain't about who's leaving, who's going. This bench is gonna be vacant of people a few years down the road. It's gonna be a whole new group. So they ain't any of us replaceable.
Don't we, if we create an EA position, don't we have to create an election board and it's out of our hand at that point?
It's not created, it's already there.
It's
There's an
already
election
created.
board
Judge, her, Brandy,
and the 2
Democrat,
parties, yeah.
Republican.
Oh, okay.
And then they make the decisions. If they wanna give them raises, they give them raises. Who picks up the bill?
I know.
They don't get it, I mean, we gotta approve all that, they don't just get it, they don't have open check.
Well,
I mean,
okay, how do we know that? I mean, what, does the board not?
Don't they still have to set a budget? I mean,
Yeah, it's still, all budgets will go
But, budget-wise, if the board comes to, so we need to give, well, we need this, where are you going with it? I don't, we kicked it for,
Well, whose office are they working in?
Their own.
it'd be
That's what
hers
I'm
at that
saying.
point.
Well, they'd be working in one office, either yours or Brandy's.
No. It's gonna be over in
they
a,
have their
well, it'll be
own
an
office.
election office, yeah.
Not
Well, it'll be
election.
the
Okay,
prosperity
if-
fund.
It'll be
if we did-
under
if we did EA,
Brandy's
is what I'm-
office.
Right.
Oh,
We
if
get-
you did EA?
If we did it,
It should be.
Two
Oh, then the
employed
EA
county
won't be in either
employees.
office, they'll have their own office.
that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
yeah.
But if we
Be
did,
under one of the other's umbrella though.
if we did 2 county employees and they ran all the elections, who would they be? You?
Not me.
In this case, if Randy took all the responsibility, it would be Randy.
Okay.
And
So it
Randy ain't
wouldn't
bought
be,
into
it
this.
wouldn't
Yeah,
be
exactly.
their own, they would still be county employees working for Brandy now,
They would
okay?
have to be under the county clerk or the program department.
And that goes back to,
Unless it was an EA.
that goes back to budgetary and all of that sort of thing, because then Brandy would basically be responsible for the elections then, totally. Because you and one other person would be her employees running all the elections.
And assuming Randy don't want it, so now then, if we start calling an election administrator, we're still 2 full-time employees, a part-time employee, you know, still don't know what the price is. Judge, how do you want to pay for it? Let me ask you this, how do you want to pay for that office?
Well,
Where are we gonna get this
you
magic?
you haven't liked any of my ideas today. I'm not gonna throw anything
Well,
out
yes,
there.
Come over
again,
here.
it ain't
You can
about.
come over here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't your elections budget go towards that though?
Oh, yeah,
So
absolutely.
your elections budget and Randy's voter registration budget would both go towards that?
Well, it would still have to be budget. Actually, what Brandy would have to do would have to budget for all the elections in her budget each year, okay? Is the way it is set up there. Whereas if it were an EA could have their own budget,
She does not.
right?
She just texted me, I just let you know.
Yeah, and I'd bet money on it. So, guys, you're to an EA or not an EA?
That's where we are. That's where we started out, is
Yep.
to EA or not to EA. There
I'm
we
glad
go.
we worked through it. That's where we are.
And you think to EA, it would realistically, and Pam, you think this is realistic, 2 full-times and a part-time?
The part-time would be paid under chapter 19, but it would take at least 2 full-time.
Okay.
It would, it's just, it's.
So really 2 full-times then, okay.
Okay, I'm a no.
You're a no.
I'm a no on the EA.
I think we need
I'm saying we don't know the numbers.
solid numbers on that. I mean,
I want to try
I
to
thought
figure
at
out.
first, when we first started talking about it, it would, like you and then the part-time would handle it all. But it's, I mean, it keeps evolving as we keep talking about it, so I think we need to, like Gary said, we need to figure out what kind of numbers we're actually looking at before we just, I mean, I'd like to say yes, do it, but kind of need to know what I'm saying yes to. Ah, yeah, it's just money. That's
Chelsea,
right.
can we do this? Let's say we don't make a decision on EA today. When can we come back and make a decision on EA? When we do the final budget that late, or do we, or I mean, excuse me, when we pass the proposed budget?
You could not put it in the proposed budget or not put it in the proposed budget, but then when you file the final budget, you can change it. I mean, if you don't decide one way or another, you could.
So that would give us a little bit of time between now and then to get these numbers that everybody keeps.
And I'll try to contact a few counties that are about our size that have EAs, maybe you can try to reach out.
See
to
how
them.
big their offices actually are.
What?
See how many people they're
How many
actually.
people?
I mean, we
Yeah.
have, yeah,
Okay,
we have,
That's fair.
40,000, without an EA, what's?
We do have a-
I mean, I don't
big-
have, I'm saying I have a list of counties in Texas that have EAs, how many employees they have, what they get paid.
You do have that already?
I do have that.
yeah,
can
and I
get-
have it too.
Yeah,
That-
that goes out pretty regular on our emails.
Okay.
So you can look at population and it's really based off of the number of registered voters that you have. We're at 30,150 right now.
You're 30,000, so we're up to what,
30,150.
75% of our people are registered in
You have a
Cooke
very
County.
high percentage.
Registered, but what's the actual votes now? 20, 28% voting?
The actual
And if we
percentage of
went-
voters for the county.
Depends on what kind of election, the presidential, we had over 70%. This
Is that right?
election, we might have 30, 40.
And if we went with an EA, the EA would work for who?
The board.
Who?
You, Pam, Randy.
The board, okay.
Democratic.
The
seat,
board, okay.
Republican seat.
And where would we put the EA if we got an EA?
Well, when you
In
put
the
it
election,
over all the
we
years,
have an
it
election
is.
office that has,
Right over there, okay.
that has,
It's already set up.
it's already set up.
Yeah,
I think all
okay.
they would need is a window. There was a window and then they took out the window and put back in the window.
Yeah, what, publication office?
Yeah.
I'm subject to change my mind, but it would take some hard numbers and.
That's all I want, is some hard numbers and, you know, it's almost like we need to get all the cities and all the people that have been coming and asking us, that haven't come and asked us outside of court.
Well, they've seen
Nobody's-
clerks. We ain't seen them from the
Yeah,
council.
they're coming and hitting us in court when we can't even talk to them, you know, and I just, it's not a decision to be made right now, and we don't have all the facts and the figures.
I mean, if y'all tell us
But
what it costs.
that's why I asked, if we put it off a week or something like, whatever, what time?
So I said the final budget, but if y'all, so say you guys on the 11th do your proposed budget and you don't include it. You also have to vote on your tax rate that day too. And then come final budget, you want to add it in, your tax rate's going to change because you just added however much to your budget. So that's going to change everything there too. So the best case scenario is the 11th.
Which is next
The
week.
11th,
Yeah, which is next Monday.
next Monday. Okay, is that enough time to get these numbers together
I
that
got
they're
conference
asking
next week
for
and so
here?
does she. We both have conference all next week.
Well, and you, but it ain't like some of us just started working on it today. Pam looked for numbers for me for 3 or 4 days. Jason and I talked about it, what, 2 weeks ago.
And we've been talking
A
about
lot of
it for
numbers
3
are already there, like,
Okay, Judge,
Like-
what's the
They're
number
not,
that
because
Gaines was
I don't
gonna
have
chip
number
in?
for something
Do
I've
what?
never
What's the number
done.
that Gaines was
I
gonna be
have
willing
never
to
ran
contribute to the cost?
into the
that's,
elections
I'll find out, I'll call
without me
Barry.
having an election.
We need to know
It's a
what
huge
every
difference.
taxing entity is willing to pay toward the end.
Okay,
Hospitals, school districts, cities.
Everyone,
there's a bunch of them.
and not a, I mean, we need it written down. They're willing to pay $6,500. They're willing to pay $50. They're
no, I
willing.
don't think we have to do.
I don't know, I don't.
We don't
some
have, they don't
are-
have to sign it in
I thought
blood,
he told
Gary.
me no.
Oh, well, if you want me to vote for it, I want to know what that
I-
number's gonna be.
Like
You
half
can
of
vote
it.
for it, I'm not gonna tell you how to vote, okay?
I'm just telling you,
I'm
if you
just
to
telling
make
you,
a business
if we can
decision.
get the information, whether it's signed in blood or not, well, if it's reasonable, I'd say that's probably the best we can do right
I
now.
remember the last time we done it, it was on travel, and supposedly we went around and asked all the department heads and told them, hey, you need to cut your budget, come find out, you talk to department heads. Nobody ever talked to me. So I'd kind of like to know what the numbers are. And again, all of us base our decisions on different rationale, and so I'm good with it. I
Do you
will
know
sleep
what
after.
numbers they're looking for?
I have numbers of counties that have EAs,
Right,
how many voters they have, how many employees they have, what they get paid,
yeah.
what their judges and clerks get paid, like those are numbers that I.
That's good
have.
information. That
That's-
establishes
That's
good
our-
been on our
information.
budget before, y'all.
That's good.
Yeah, I can send you that when I get back to the office.
Please do.
Okay.
That's no big deal.
And, well, you don't need to send it back as soon as you get back to the office, because we'll get together again, I feel sure, and discuss this again and make a decision on it one way or another. So just get that information, get it together. Can we find out from the voting entities?
Once we know tomorrow, we can't get it on by the 11th.
She can shoot us an email, guys. That way we're not walking, you know, we do this, we put stuff
Yeah.
off till the very last day, and it puts more pressure, we make emotional decisions to business decisions.
Yeah.
And if you can get us that via email at your convenience, that would help us, and that tells us what those folks are paying, and that, and ours is probably gonna be close. And then if we had somebody that wants to go off and collect the information from the entities and write it down, because there's about 11 entities, and if I talk to 11 people, I don't have a clue what each one of them said. Now, Judge, you may have better recall than I do, but if we don't have that number, that gives us revenues and some idea about expenses, and that's the way you make business
Yeah.
decisions.
Understand. Can, Pam, do you have time to start calling people today to find out?
First, I gotta find out if that's even something in the statute that they can do.
Exactly.
And I don't know how, I can see that, well, what's this other city gonna pay? What's this school gonna pay? It's gotta be, there's gotta be some, and I don't even know if they can. I didn't think they could. I know there's one county. Yeah, I don't think they could either. One county that Shelley sent me, because she put on her listserv, one county said that they did pay, but not every entity did that. So if they paid so much, then I think they didn't charge them maybe, but the entities
They
that
pay a
did.
set rate and then it's like a larger rate, like they pay $3,500 and if they use that, then they use. You know,
Yeah, it was something weird like that, so it's very, I don't know how that county did that or how they,
If we can't answer that question, no.
Any other members who want besides EA county salary numbers
I don't know that any of these guys want any numbers. I'm the one that's.
I'll send y'all numbers you want.
I mean, I personally
no, I don't
would like
have
to
time to
know
call 20 entities
revenue
today.
expenses.
Do what now?
I don't have all the time to call 20 entities.
Oh, I know you don't.
But I mean, based on what we've seen, it's mixture. We might as well say the county taxpayer is going
Well,
to
for
sign up
instance,
for everything.
if you call Callisburg, and talk to the city secretary of Callisburg, estimate how much,
Well, don't you want to find out first if they can even do that?
I don't have to have it signed.
Well, the secretary's not gonna tell you anything anyway, she's gonna say it's gonna be up to the council.
Exactly, the secretary would never know.
I mean, they're,
Then,
They got a budget.
that's where
that's
you,
kind of what I'm getting to.
You're right.
Okay, you're the EA, you're the one that's gonna charge them however much it's worth, okay? You're the one that knows how much, that's the way you make a business decision. You say, okay, we're gonna run your election for you, but it's gonna cost you such and such and such and such. Would you
Yeah,
be
there's a-
willing to pay
Those
that?
counties that did that
Only
didn't
much you
do it
can-
on the money
It's
that
just-
they were getting. They did
What'd
it
you
because it
say?
was a good decision for the county, for the
See,
election process. That's
she
why
thinks they can only
didn't
charge
do it because
10%.
they were gonna-
That's just 19.
well, you're not gonna make.
And see, that was the question,
Oh,
because
yeah.
Pam didn't think you could charge but 10%. Supposedly Shelley's found one county that can do it, but it may get a legal challenge. You know, because they've said, we're gonna charge you X.
Put it
10%.
in there. and I
That's
was
just a
like,
big
oh,
old
I saw that one like that.
unfunded mandate. If the states say that we have to, we provide it, but we can only bill out 10% to the people that use it.
Literally can't hear.
But,
Yeah.
you know, I can't fix that. All we do is suck up the cost.
Yeah,
The only way you hear them
I
is if you're
It's all
doing
about
this
the
right here.
All right,
What? Who is?
I was showing you, the only way I can hear y'all on my disc is if y'all are doing this. When you're doing this, I cannot. hear
Here's
you.
what mine takes, Sam. They spend 53.8 on the EA, they spend 48 on the department personnel, and 54,000 on judges.
We met on
actually,
judges.
Pam, that's a good thing, and I'll tell you why here in a little while.
Oh, I know. I mean,
Now, does Ginger, does he,
I know,
does
he
he
knows.
do they still do other things now?
Again, I'm waiting on your numbers too. I'm just collecting.
Because I know all the time she was like, if all the terms are the other things besides just election.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't, 54,000 for judges sounds high. Again, you'll be able, and again, hopefully your numbers include the contract help that they're hiring election night, because
I have no, I've
Well,
never done any.
the judge part's not, I mean, it's there regardless. We've been paying that already, right?
Yeah.
For the judges. I mean, that's cost that's
yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying.
But-
It's not,
but-
When
nothing
we're having
new.
an election, we're paying the same exact amount for judges and clerks. But if a couple of entities have an election with us, guess what? Now we're paying half of that or so, you know, because we're gonna pay in the same amount. It's not gonna go up because you're having 2 or 3, like this November. I'm not having any more, looks like I'm gonna have Valley View and St. Joe, possibly Era. I won't be paying any more judge's salary, but guess what? Now, these 3 entities have to, you'll see that, they're paying about $1,000 each. So we're saving money by running their election for them. If that makes sense.
but it's still, on election night, you have every one of your staff here, do you not?
Yeah, and it could be, I've argued this with Shelley, it could be, back in the day, it was always comp time. But then I finally, when I was really looking at what the party will pay the central count station, right?
For primaries.
For only the primaries. So that's why I told Shelley, so that election, because we're getting reimbursed for the judges, we had to pay them. But the November elections, they don't pay for them, so I feel like in November they should get comp. But Shelley felt like she only wanted to do the same for all elections. So
But
that's the only
Is comp
reason.
real money?
Huh?
Is comp real money?
No. Well, yeah, I guess it is, because they gotta take off, which I'm
If they gotta
fine.
take off, then you've got some job that's
And
not
I'm
getting done
short.
there in a day.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean,
yeah, that's real money, and
Right.
that's your whole staff for elections.
and a lot of my girls would rather have the comp time,
No, but I'm just, again, I'm not talking about the process, I'm
because
talking
they like,
about knowledge.
they like to be able to take time off, because what they get isn't enough,
Yeah.
always.
And there's your helpers, there's your staff, there's your, on election nights.
But with an EA, they don't have that, your county employees are gonna be able to help.
I would think that if your people wanted to volunteer to help on election nights, they could work with an EA, couldn't they?
I'm not
They
gonna
have to work
volunteer and do it for
you.
free, I promise you
Well,
that.
a county employee can't volunteer their time.
No, they
to
can't,
get
no.
out
That's what I'm
of
saying.
it. They can't,
They can't, yeah,
you have to pay them.
either pay or comp.
Or comp.
Where we had to be paid for elections.
I'm sorry?
In the primary, that's when that happened, but in the November, they could still take comp.
They can take comp though.
But Shelley decided to just pay them.
Yeah, but I ask you
Right,
again,
Sharon?
Judge, is
Am I saying all
comp
that
real
right?
money?
Shelley might come back and go,
No.
I never did that.
Comp's not real
No,
money?
no,
How do you
it
figure
saves
that?
us real money.
No, it doesn't. It actually costs you money.
We don't pay them.
Judge, if you don't think we pay comp time or people,
Right. Right, and I get it because it's confusing. To me, it was simple. Primary, you pay them. November elections, comp time.
It's free.
But I get it for y'all not knowing really what elections what. I got why she did that.
if we're gonna do this again in 2 weeks, well, I'm done.
And I won't be here because I'll be in comp.
Is that all?
I won't be
Yeah,
home
2
till
weeks.
11.
Now, that's
Is that
something.
the last of
2
our?
weeks.
It's
Well,
2
we're not
weeks.
doing it 2 weeks, we're doing 3 weeks will be the next one.
It says
It's, put it off 2 weeks.
This day.
decision.
posting the agenda a whole.
Even though we gotta have it by the 11th. That's Monday.
2 weeks is the
Your proposed budget's Monday.
right. But you said put it off 2 weeks.
Well, that's what you said, put it off till 2 weeks.
I don't know.
Did I say that?
I don't know.
I never said that.
Maybe I agree.
Yeah,
I'm used
that's
to.
what I was puzzled about 2 weeks about.
I was thinking, you said, hey, can we bring this back? And you were saying a later date, and then she come up and said the 11th would be the best day. Your date was really about 4 weeks out.
Yeah, I was thinking like 25th or so, obviously.
But then we gotta make a decision, so you're sitting there on pins and needles, and everybody's gonna say, I'm tired of talking about it, let's hire someone, and for the next 25 years, we've signed up for me. And we may need one at some point,
be a
even though
very
the
smart-
state's trying to do away with some of them, I guess everybody knows that. Okay, is there an item here to adjourn on?
Yep.
Are we or are we not coming tomorrow?
Oh, I think
Thank
no.
you.
Okay, so
Absolutely
I can
not.
cancel the workshop.
That's what I think, let's, you know.
I don't know, what do you think, Matt?
I think so.
How about you, Adam?
What's that?
It's your workshop too.
To the end.
Only be
Do
so
what?
much.
I think we're to the end.
You think so?
Yeah, okay.
Jason?
I think so.
All right, cancel tomorrow. How about you, Christian? What do you think?
I know I don't have to be here. You will talk in a motion, I'll make the motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn, Commissioner Hollowell.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. We are over at 14:10.